right up to the dock, and they're going to load the sugars and everything what they have on the dock. And if they can fan the horses both ways and keep the trailer on the dock, that'll get 20 points. They enter the keyhole area, they unhook their trailer, 10 points. And then, of course, there's time to complete the course. And it's up to 15 minutes. And if they make that one work, that'll score 20 points. So the whole thing comes out to 125 points. Times 2 judges is 250.
Jason, we have a real teamster here, Ken Schreiner. He's been here for years competing at exhibition, but he did a lot of it in the horse pull. Now he said the horse pull is a lot of work and he's busy, so he's come to Chore team. This new team of horses he got this year, just started them this fall, or this spring, I mean. They're a pair of 4-year-olds. The right-hand horse is a Belgian Bertram cross, and the left-hand horse is pure Belgian. Just watch how well Ken works with him. He's a tremendous horseman. And just remember that these are 4-year-old horses. Ken's competed at exhibition for 20 years, so he's no stranger to being in the arena. But look at these horses, first time to town, and they're very relaxed. What we're going to ask him to do here is hook up to this Young's Equipment sled, and it's loaded with Co-op horse mineral. Co-op makes a wonderful new horse mineral now, excellent for these high quality horses. He's got to pull that ahead. Originally we like to pull it 14 feet, but with the constraints of our arena size, we're only having him pull it 8 feet just to show us that he can pull it. Then he's got to drive it out of this 90-degree corner. And that's just going to demonstrate how well he can control his horses, how well his horses listen, and that they can pull easy, gentle, and then stand after the work. Some would get worked up after pulling that load. Some, like my Clydes, might just lay down. But just watch how good Ken moves with his horses. Now Ken's got to come around and get into the keyhole. That wagon is parked on the right-hand side of the keyhole today. Yesterday it was on the left-hand side, so you've got to show us that you can use the team on both sides of the pole. When you get home, oftentimes you only work on one side of the pole. You get yourself in a habit. Here we want you to show us that you can work on both sides of the pole. Your horses will step over either way. Of course, Ken has no problem with that. This wagon was specifically built for exhibition for the Chore team event. It's short coupled fifth wheel, so you can turn right around 360 degrees. It has metal eveners and single trees, which makes it a little noisy. I think a lot of times on the farm, you'll go with a wooden evener and single trees. They tend to be quieter and not rattle so much. With the use of biothane and nylon now, a lot of the harnesses and lines are going that way. I think they find that the leather lines are nicer to use. They hold their shape, lay down nicer, where the biothane or a nylon line in the wintertime will slide under your hands and slide across the snow. Ken has absolutely no problem with that keyhole, bringing the horses around, not touching a line. Like, he's within half an inch of that chalk line. He's even given the judges a little lip here. He says, "Quit laughing, I did that on purpose." Now watch him come through these rails. He's got to get tight to the right-hand side and then get over to the left. See how close that is. He's within inches, and it just knocks those rails over. Their rails are just propped on a little chunk of 4x4, so one little bobble and they roll off. So there's no hiding it. Next, Ken's got to go back into the yard, back to his oat bin, pick up a bag of oats. This replicates picking up a bag of oats by himself. His helper could sure do that, but if he's by himself, his team's got to stand, wait for him while he gets that bag of oats. And then he's got to wheel around to the other bin. Things are a little tight in the farmyard, so it shows that you can get around there, wiggle around back into that other barrel, pick up that bag of oats. Ken knows if he cuts it too close that wagon's going to catch that barrel, so he's swinging wide, coming around. Notice how the horses just stand so nice and hooks his lines up, does whatever he has to do, and then he's back on the wagon going again. These old veteran farmers, they had a way with their horses and a way with the wagon. They didn't waste any time. Speaking of time, this event is timed. The faster you go, the more points you get. The slower you go, less points you get. The timing is based on out of 20 points. So you would have to be really going fast to get 20 points, and anything over 15 minutes is excused. Now, a lot of you young folks wouldn't recognize the mailbox and how it works. It's usually out on the road. You put your mail in it, and then you flip the flag up. That tells the postman that there's mail in the mailbox, so stop and pick it up. If that flag's not up, then there's no mail in there. And the postman will do the same thing. If he puts mail in there, he'll flip the flag up for you. If there's no flag, then there's no use going out and checking the mailbox. Now that's so tough to back this wagon down, but look at that. Remember, this is the first time to town for this young team of 4-year-olds. Ken can just handle them so nicely. Hear him call them haw. Haw means turn left. What it does, though, is gives the horses a chance to get themselves ready to turn left. If you just pull the lines, that can throw them off. But if you ask them first to come left, haw, or right, G, they can prepare themselves and get ready for that corner. A lot of these farmers with their good teams, they will just talk them through. Chore's asking them go haw or G, step up, step back. I know farmers that had their lines hooked up on their hames and didn't use the lines for hauling manure or doing chores. The horses and their voice commands would do it all. Docking a wagon to a dock is a real art, and look at that. It didn't take 10 seconds for him to do it, and I think that's worth 20 points in this competition to be able to do that. So watch that wagon's not moving. In the day you had to go to town and you drop your goods off at the station house, you had to back into the dock. If you had to get your co-op salt and mineral, You see the co-op salt, sugar sitting on the dock. Well, if you had a lot of it, they'd have it, use a wheeler and wheel it. Well, you had to have your wagon backed up tight to the dock, so you could just run the wheeler right onto the wagon. See how nice that would be? But when your horses are standing there, you're blocking the road. So we ask them to swing the horses to the left, ha, and to the right, G, to get out of the way. Remember, there's not just one dock. There would be 2 or 3 or 4 docks in there. So if he swung to the right, nobody can park beside him. If he swung to the left, nobody can park on the left side. So you got to be able to fan your team. We call it fan. You have to be able to fan your team left to right. You won't get a better demonstration of what Ken just did on how to fan your team and keep the wagon tight to the dock. And now you see semi-drivers trying to do the same thing with their semis, getting backed into the loading chutes and the docks and stuff. It is an art, but I challenge a lot of those semi-drivers to drive a team like this and back them in. Listen to Ken talking. Well, he's going to ask his brother to get out there and put that empty cream can back in the barn so that we can start again tomorrow, milking the cows tonight. Your share's done. Now Ken's got to get his team unhooked. The traces have to go back up into the trace carriers. They can't be dangling. So you see him snap them up into the carriers. As with all good horsemen, they don't get caught with their lines out of their hands. He just gives them a gentle rub that lets the horse know where he's at. Now this event's timed, so as soon as that pole touches the ground, the timer shuts the clock off. But it's not over yet. He's got to get the horses out of that keyhole without stepping on a line. Ken had a little visit with him saying we're not done. Watch him come around here over the pole. Did he leave himself enough room behind the wagon? There he goes. Now you can tell him what you think. Ken, that was another tremendous run.
Yeah, thanks, Bill. Oh, boy. It was good. They're learning right. We're all learning together.
This is an excellent run. Thanks for coming to town on short notice.
Very good. Thank you, Bill.
So Ken has worked with the heavy horses all his life. He's been pulling horses for over 20 years, has competed in the Chore team events several times. Ken has raised both of these 4-year-olds. Hank is the Belgian and JR is the Belgian Perch and Cross. They've been used around the farm for chores and cultivating for the last year. This is their first time to town. So the Chore team is pretty exciting and new to them. So put your hands together. Thank you very much, Ken, from Nipawin, Saskatchewan. Ken Schreiner.
Right? Yeah, he's got to get some. He is. He's a good guy to learn from, too.
Well, Jason, we had a barrel race yesterday in our Chore team competition. And as soon as we're finished here, we're going to award the banner for the champion barrel race team. And that was fast. I don't know if you'd seen that before or not.
No, it was kind of an exciting event. I'd never really watched that before at Agribition, and I know a lot of the school kids ran yesterday when it was on, and I believe you still owe me $20 on the bet, but we'll deal with that later.
I don't think I got my $20 yet, did I?
Oh, your mic cut out. I can't hear you.
Here we got a treat here now. I don't know if you know, but I have a little bias to the Clydesdales. And this is about as nice a team of Clydesdales as you're going to see here. Reed and Christine Daly from down at Radville. Look at this team. And they're good. Reed will drive these horses very well. Christine will go home and jump on her quarter horses in their indoor arena, and she'll train cutting quarter horses in her spare time. Reed has these Clydes just tuned right up. Look at how well brought out they are. They're all brushed and clipped, and not only good horsemen, but good presentation. Their feathers are all clean. Look at that. That's exactly what we wanted to see in the competition, that you could back your team 90 degrees into a tough spot and then hook to the single trees. These mares' names are Claire and Fontana. You notice there when they pulled off, the left-hand mare, one trace came unhooked. Didn't slow her down, she pulled the load. If we run into a situation where there's a harness breakage that could cause issues, the team will be excused, but not the case here. This harness is beautiful. Nylon, biothane, spotted harness. I don't know where Reed and Christine got this one, but a lot of them come from the Amish down in Wallenstein area. Aaron Martin, probably the biggest distributor of nylon harness in the country. Aaron Martin Harness. They're Amish folks down there, and they have a couple. Brubacher's has a harness factory, and Aaron Martin has a harness factory there just out of Wallenstein. And then they have a couple businesses around there that make the hardwood, the Eveners, single trees, neck yokes. NW Hardwood, NW Bending are Amish companies down in Wallenstein that make the hardware and the harness for draft horses. You see Reed's horses are immaculately polished and brought out, and so is the harness. Clean and shiny. You can tell that these mares have had a lot of use. They totally trust, their heads are down, ears relaxed, listening to what Reed has to say. Christine got the cow's milk this morning and separated the cream. We got the cream on the wagon and ready to go. Now you got to get out of this keyhole without stepping on a line. Watch these Clydes cross over on their front legs. They're so flexible and agile. Watch again when he goes G and crosses them over. They can just cross better than any animal out there. They're so good. Well, Reed knows he's got to get their nose right into the wall to get around and get straight. I think he was one of the few teams that made it yesterday. He might just, spoke too soon. I was going to say he might just do it again today. So close. Now, he's got to get in around and do a figure eight around these barrels, but while he's at it, we're asking him to pick up the oats and barley, because like in the early 1900s, that was a source of income on the farm. Sell your cream, sell your grain, go to town, deliver it to the railway station. So we're replicating those activities and trying to demonstrate what it was like to have a team, what a teamster had to do to use that team. In 1930, there was 3 million draft horses in Saskatchewan. And how many farms were there, Jason?
Well, right now there's down to 35,000. I believe 34,000 and change is what's in Saskatchewan.
So if there's 3 million and there's 35,000, that means there's a lot of horses per acre of land. Now Reed's got to get wiggled around that barrel. Not only is he doing well, he's trotting while he's doing it. You know, he's got to get to town, get that check, get his mail mailed in there. You notice how these horses are bridled. Clydes are typically known for a nice soft mouth, depending on how they're broke and trained. You see Reed has them straight to the bit, so what I'm saying is just a straight bit in their mouth, not aggressive at all, just as light as you can get. Notice how light Reed is on his hands. Just barely touches them, but he's talking to them. Watch their ears. Their ears will tell you everything, what Reed's saying, and their mouth will tell you whether they're happy or sad. See the left-hand mare licking her lips. She's very relaxed. The right-hand mare now is starting to do it too. When they're licking their lips, that usually means they're very relaxed and happy. Yeah, he was good at that, wasn't he? He's having a very good run. We're off to a good start here this morning. Now, we had Ken Schreiner in here last, and he docked the wagon about as good as I've seen. But watch Reed here now. I'm in a good spot out here in the arena. I can see that he's lined up perfectly. This used to be a very tough element. I think it's 20 points for this to back it in. Reed makes it look easy. There he is. If he was at the station house, he could be starting and loading and unloading now, but I'm going to tell him, Reed, you're blocking the road. Can you just swing your horses to the left out of the way so we can get some traffic down that road? So he's going to swing them to the left. We call that fanning to the left. Now we're going to say, but now nobody can back into you on the left-hand side. Can you swing your horses all the way over to the right so we can use the dock on the left-hand side? So, but we want to keep loading that co-op flour and sugar. So keep the wagon tight to the dock and swing it all the way around. Swing your horses all the way over to the right. Look at that wagon sitting there. You can still be loading flour and sugar with a wheeler. Wagon never moved. That's about as good as you can get. Now he's blocking that dock on the right-hand side. Can you just swing your horses up to the middle and get ready to go? Because we got people wanting to come and back into that side. Look at those Clydes cross over their front legs. Yeah, isn't that something? He brought his own cheering section. I think the whole town of Radville is here. Did you shut the lights off when you come out? Now, Reed, you got everything delivered. You got an empty cream can. Get back home and park that horse. Park your wagon. Get Christine back into that barn and get milk and cows so she can go ride in your horses. She's got some cutting horses to train. Now he's looking careful. Can he get around the back? He can't get off until Christine's got the milk can back in the parlor. There, she's got her job done. Now, Reed, you just get those horses on harness so we can get to doing some riding now. Notice how he keeps his lines on the hands. That's always been taught that. You don't let go of your lines, especially if you're driving young colts. Now the timer is timing this whole event, and she'll shut the timer off when the pole touches the ground. There it is. That's Reed and Christine's time. Now he's still not done. He's got to get the mares out of that keyhole without stepping on a line. Did he leave himself enough room on the back of that wagon? Judge Matthews back here checking just to make sure. There they come around. They're looking it over. They know it's going to be close. There you are. You can tell a cowboy from Radville what you think. Well, that was an awesome run.
Much better than yesterday.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
What changed?
Me. That's it.
Nerves are a bad thing,
Yeah,
eh?
for sure.
Congratulations. Thank you.
Oh.
So Reed is from Radville, Saskatchewan. He's been driving for about 3 years. His wife and him have always wanted to get a team, as both of their grandparents drove teams when they were very young. They took a driving clinic with Matt, Stephen, and Twilight Newton, and they got hooked. Their team is Claire and Fontana. They are used for wagon as well as sleigh rides and used to help with some chores around the farm. They are excited to keep the driving heritage alive. Put your hands together. Good job on that one from Radville, Saskatchewan.
Now, Jason, are you ready for a treat here?
Always ready for a treat, Bill.
Gordon Friends from Grand Prairie, Alberta, 83 years old, and you watch him and this team work. This is one of the neatest teamsters you'll ever meet, and probably the youngest team here.
We had the opportunity of watching him yesterday getting on and off the wagon there, and I thought maybe there was a misprint. I thought it should have said 38 years old.
No, he's 83. He was born in Ormiston. Ended up in Grand Prairie. But he was hooked on horses, driving horses. Watch this, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be cool. Gord's son Vern is from Red Deer. He's helping him here. And again, these horses are 3 years old. Gord just started training them this spring.
You know what the
He's
breed
going to
of
ask
these,
him.
You know what the breed of these horses are?
Yeah, I'll say it. And I forget it.
Halflinger.
Half what?
Halflinger.
Halflinger. We're going to ask Gord and his halflingers to pull that load of co-op mineral, and I think the load weighs as much as his horses do. But I'll bet you they do it.
Last winter, I had the opportunity to go to Tucson, Arizona to see the largest non-motorized parade in North America. It's team after team after team of horses, and these halflingers stole the show. There was a lot of halflingers down there pulling those big wagons. If you ever get an opportunity to go down there to Tucson and see that, it's something to see. It's I think it's about 20 miles long. Pretty interesting.
He says, that sleigh isn't heavy enough. I'm going to get on and ride. Look at that. Nothing to it. Maybe you should take halflingers instead of those quad tracks, Jason.
I think about it often.
Tim Young might have a couple quad tracks he could send your way.
Yeah, if it wasn't for Young's equipment, we wouldn't be able to put this event on. You can see Tim was here yesterday, and he did he's kind of a legend in the agricultural business is what he is. And they did an event yesterday where he jumped right in and got involved in it. And Young's equipment's been sponsoring things at Agribition since 1971.
Look at how Gord talks that team through there. And Gord said the same thing that other drivers say, that the horses will do fine if I can do it. It's my nerves that get me, and then I start dropping or nervous, shaking the lines or missing a trace or missing a hook on a single tree. But the horses will do everything they're supposed to do. Watch him now. He just started driving these this spring. 3 years old. I guess Gord would be 3 years old with 80 years of experience, right? Now he's hooked the neck yoke onto the front of the tongue. That's what gives us the wagon the stopping, the braking. The neck yoke holds the tongue back. The neck yoke is hooked through the breeching straps, quarter straps, up into the martingale, and that's what holds the wagon back. So they push backwards with their butts, and they push forwards with their shoulders. They don't actually pull the wagon. Horses don't actually pull the load, they push the load with their shoulders. There, I hesitated to say too much there. The young girls were not paying particular attention. They're listening to me instead of listening to Gord. Once they get that pole on their neck yoke, look at them behave now. They know they're going to work. Without that being on there, they're just kind of lost, standing in the middle of nowhere. But now watch them, and watch Gord drive. Watch his hands, quiet hands. He's not reaching or grabbing, he's just gently driving his team through. And this little team is so nimble and mobile. Watch them swing around. Again, even though they're small, these rails are close together. They won't touch it, but that wagon just barely fits through it. And if the rails were straight, that would be one thing, but our arena managers here, Jared and Ernie, they put a 27-inch deflection in it, so that makes it really tough. I think there was only 2 teams that made it yesterday, and there's our very first team today to make it. How's that? You have to remember that there's not many teams that'll make that. Now, it'd be so easy if Gord said to his son, Vern, grab that bag on the way by. We said, no, when you're doing chores at home, you don't always have the luxury of having somebody with you. So show us that you can drive that team around that figure 8, around those co-op barrels. Pick up that bag of oats and bag of barley yourself. So Gord says, well, I did that lots down in Ormiston, that's no problem. So he goes ahead and does it. In the 1930s, there was 3 million draft horses, so everybody drove horses back then. Before the motorized vehicle got more popular, the Ford tractor was the staple. The old Fordson Model A. Gord made that figure 8 look easy. He's got the oats and the barley. Now he's got to take his cream, well, first he's got to mail his letter to town there, pay his taxes. He's got to get up to that mailbox. The streets are narrow there down in Ormiston, so he had to drive into the mailbox and then back down the street without bumping into a car or another team of horses. Now, when you put the mail in the mailbox, you have to flip the flag up. If you don't flip the flag up, the postman doesn't stop. So now that flag is flipped up, the postman knows there's mail in there to pick up. Good morning, Brandon. Good. I'm just checking my orders. Somebody was dinging me. Oh. How are you doing this morning?
I'm good, and you?
Good. We got.
I see you guys are still eating some muffins.
Yeah, we got the muffins out. Yeah.
Did you have late night activities last night? No.
I was home back at the farm by 9 o'clock.
Oh, you went back to the farm?
Yeah, and down in the septic tank shortly after.
Oh
that.
no. You know Brian?
Hey, Brian,
Yeah.
Hopefully you wash your hands.
Yeah.
so you had to go do the utilities.
Yeah. I had to get my pump going again.
I was playing a band with a guy who worked for a sewer outfit, and then he was a funeral home worker too. So the one thing you don't do after work is chew your fingernails.
I would have met you before. So. Yeah, there you are. I better get back in here. Now, is that perfect? Isn't that impressive? Like I bugged Gord, with 83 years of experience, you should be good at it by now. These girls are very good, but this is asking a lot of them to come to town and compete. Watch them cross their front legs over, even their back legs. These guys could go straight sideways. That wagon stand tight to the dock. This team has a long career ahead of them. The mares are only 3 and Gord's only 83, so they got 20 years left yet. There you go. Now Vern's got to exchange the full can of cream, grab an empty one, and then drop off the oats, drop off the barley, and then you can pick up some co-op sugar and co-op flour. That's one of the few staples we couldn't raise on the farm. We needed to get flour, sugar, salt. So we replicate that here with the co-op flour and sugar and salt. Now Gord's got to get him into the keyhole, but got to get him in a spot where he can get around the back of them. He says, Vern, get that empty can over there and get started milking again. Now the girls have been to work. They're standing there perfectly. It's so impressive for a young 3-year-old team to be able to do this. And look at the 3-year-old team, but look at the 83-year-old that's doing it. He's as agile as a spring chicken himself. There's your time, Gord. But you're not done yet. You got to get this team out of the keyhole. Has he got enough room? You bet he does. Judge Matthews looking at that pretty close. Gord, that's so impressive. Thank you for all you do.
Thank you for all you do. That's awesome.
It's wonderful having you come to town and compete, and you really show people what you can do. Stay young and stay active.
Maybe I'm too, maybe they're too, not old enough when I'm too old.
I don't think so. I think you're a great team.
Thank you very much.
All right, have a safe trip home back to Grand Prairie.
Well, Gordon French was born and raised in the family farm in Ormiston, Saskatchewan. He now lives in Grand Prairie. Gordon's 83 years old and competing in his second Chore team event in Agribition. This year, Gordon brought in his team of Haflinger mares, which just turned 3 years old in April, Millie and Molly. They are half-sisters and registered out of Haflinger parents. Gordon started training them to drive in January of this year, and he believes that they will do the work the way they should be, and with Gordon's part, everything will work just fine. His helper and assistant is his son Vern, who lives in Red Deer, Alberta. Gordon is honored and pleased to be back competing against these wonderful Teamsters and the amazing Agribition team, and he thanks everybody for putting it on. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. Gordon Friends. If you look at the leaderboard up on the top there now, you'll see on the screen, those are the scores of today only. We'll be doing a combination of scores between the 2 days a little bit later on, but that'll get you the idea of what's going on for right now.
Well, you know Reed Daly was going to be at the top. That was a tremendous run he had, wasn't it? But I think we're going to see Gord going to be right in there with his little halflingers. Now here comes the wily old coyote cowboy veteran, Chris Bertram. I've known Chris for 40 years. Him and I roomed together down in Lone Tree Community Pasture. A tremendous cowboy down at Climax. He farms down there now. He uses Kelly and Bell here to do his chores every day. Kelly on the right, he is, I think, 6 years old now. Bell on the left, I think Bell would be 19. Bell's been in this competition a long time. I think when we first got going, the first 4 years, the Bertrams had won the competition twice. Chris won it twice, and then following a year after that, his helper there, Marty, who's leaning against the buck and shoots, he came with a crossbred team of Norwegian fjords, and he won it. He got an exemption because he was too young and small. He couldn't lift the pole of the wagon and hook the neck yoke, but he could drive that team. He's a little bigger man now, 12 years later. He was a crowd favorite back then, I think competing at 13 years old or something. Watch Chris drive these horses. He does this every day, all day, feeding his cows out on the hills there at Climax. And then when he's done that, he's got to get the polishing rag and polishing this brass spotted harness. Not many guys will have brass spotted harness and the brass bells. But if you go to somebody's place and they got brass harness, don't hang around because you'll be polishing. That's a lot of work. Kelly on the right there, isn't he a nice solid Bertram horse, just very gentle, easy going, quite a bit like the owner. Chris has been on our Chore team committee since inception, and that's the way he is, just solid, quiet, easy going. Do you want to make a change, Chris? Yeah, well, we could, yeah. He's got good ideas on how to test the horses because he's tested them every which way. Watch Chris when his lines, he won't dally his lines. His lines never leave him, but he'll hook them on his elbow so that he has free hands. I can say that now, I'm sure he'll do it. That way you got two free hands, but you never let go of the lines. Quite a change for these horses coming out of the hills at Climax, coming to town into an indoor arena with people and noises and everything, but they know their job, so they just sit and wait for Chris's command. You can watch their ears. They're listening for Chris's command. Their ears will tell you what Chris is saying. There he comes out. Now Chris is out of the keyhole. He's got to get him all the way around and get him down through that rails. Now we had one run through the rails this morning that didn't knock anything down. It'd be pretty cool if Chris did it for the second time. That would shoot him up the leaderboard. He's got to make sure he stays to the right when he enters and then hangs back to the left as he gets through the other side. Oh, look at that. The old veteran's got her nailed this morning. He had his coffee. Chris is having a very good go. That's a good indicator of how he's doing this morning, if he can make the rails, come out of the keyhole and make those rails. And when you're on the farm, it's different. If they move a foot or here and there while you're feeding or throwing hay or dumping chop pails, you don't notice it so much, but here in the arena, it makes a big difference. So it's a little different style of training. There's Chris' son, Marty, the back of the seat, horseman in every sense of the word. Probably as good as and definitely a lot younger than his old man. Marty rode community pasture for quite a few years as well. Does some custom ranching and cattle work.
Just while you're watching the events take place here, we have two judges out in the rings. If you missed it a little bit earlier, the judges can score on a total of 125 points. There is some brochures or little booklets out in the stands, but if you don't have one in front of you, that's what they do. One of our judges today is Matthew Steffen, and he has been a rising director for Dallas Valley Ranch Camp for the last 4 years. Additionally, Matthew and his wife own and operate Steffen Performance Horses. They specialize in training rein cow horses, cutting horses, driving horses, and colt starting. On the side, Matthew enjoys spending his free time training stock dogs and working his specialty chickens and ducks, which he breeds and shows. He's been driving horses for about 8 years. Matthew owns and raises Persians and Desert Norman horses.
Chris can make that look easy too, can he? Again, first time to town, seeing that wagon. Chris uses a hay wagon there at the farm, a 16-foot deck. It would be a 10 or 12-foot reach, so coming to town with this little 10-foot wagon and a little 8-foot reach, it spins a lot quicker. It makes it tough on them. There, he's got it backed up tight. Well, he's fanning him to the left. Pause him there. Then he's got to fan him all the way back to the right. They've done that before at the farm, haven't they? Swinging that wagon, get it out of the way, or swinging the stone boat in the wintertime. They really work good. Now Marty's got to unload the grain. and the full can of cream. Now Bella and Kelly got to get back into this keyhole and park that wagon. I should be jumping up on the wagon and putting a mic on Chris. You hear him talking. He does a lot of talking to the horses. You can see him standing there. This is every day's work for him, standing driving the team. It's not a big deal. When the horses first come down in here, they're always nervous, but they get that first run in them. You can see how it changes them. They're so much more relaxed now. The timing has stopped, but Chris still has to get this team out of the keyhole. Did he leave enough room for this big pair? Kelly and Bella are a big pair of horses. Did he make it, Matthew? He said he did. Well, old cowboy. You never want to talk to me when I come out of here.
No, you won't let me talk either.
A great run again today.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank all the sponsors and the volunteers that helped put this on.
Well, thank you, Chris. Thank you for coming, and you're one of the committee members that make it work. Yeah, see you later.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that is Chris Bertram. Chris has been doing Chore team events for 15 years. Chris has a team of Perchins. Belle is 19-year-old, and Kelly is 6 years old. Chris feeds his cattle with the team all winter long. Some of Chris's favorite memories are working with the team and are the wins at Agribition. So put your hands together and thank you, Chris.
That's what Kelsey was saying. They went up to Sammy and he says, well, how much snow's up there? And he goes, oh, there's about that much.
I had this much this morning when I left.
So if you'll turn your eyes back up to the leaderboard there, this is from, remember we're always a team behind. It takes time to tally the scores, but that's where we're at right now for today.
Excuse me, Jason, I'm just enjoying one of these Co-op Gold Diet Colas showed up in my hand.
Well, I can understand that because the Moose Jaw Co-op is one of the major sponsors here. Not only that, they brought out the muffins. They look after all the exhibitors. At Moose Jaw Co-op, every purchase goes a little bit further. In the 5 years, they returned $18.1 million in cash and $30.9 million in equity to its members. So thank you to the Moose Jaw Co-op for being one of the major sponsors of the Chore team competition here at Agribition 2025.
There was quite a competition yesterday between Co-op and Young's Equipment in that feed team race. How did that turn out?
Well, I was impressed with both of them. They got the, the two main guys, the one from the Co-op and, of course, the one from Young, Tim Young, and they had a heck of an event, but I believe it was the Co-op that pulled off the win.
Well, yeah, they always eat that good Co-op food, but
Well,
they're in better shape, I think, than Tim at Young's.
Well, if you want to see some pictures of that, Show Champions is here. The Kodak kid is out there with the cameras, always getting the good shots. And if you go to showchampions.com, you'll see all the pictures from Agribition from all the events. Showchampion.com.
Now, Jason, we got another team of Clydes here, another one of my favorites. Kim has been in this arena for years and years. She's not very old, but she was not very old when I first saw her in this arena. When we were showing Clydes against her, she'd be riding on the wagon seat with her dad. driving 6 horses. I don't want to date it, but that was pre-2000. They had good Clydes then, and Kim's got good Clydes now. Kim and Taylor have 3 kids, 8 years old, 5 years old, and 1 year old. And she left them at home yesterday, and she said, I know they won't be happy. Sure enough, they showed up with Grandpa and Grandma yesterday afternoon, so they got their way and they got to town. This is supposed to be a tough element to bring your team in and back them around 90 degrees, hook up to the sled. She makes it look easy. Look at those Clydes though, don't they look good? That's like a shiny Cadillac right there. Their heads are all clipped, their ears are clipped, manes are trimmed, their feathers are all washed and nice and white. That doesn't happen overnight. Kim says, I'm not walking, I'm getting on here. The boys can pull me. They have no problem pulling that load. They pull sleighs, and wagons all year, giving wagon rides and hay rides all the time. Her kids are out driving them. The 2 older kids will take each one of these Clydes and take them to the show ring and show them in junior showmanship. It's so impressive to watch. The Clydes will look down at them and just mimic every move that the kids make, never bothering them, hurting them, or stepping on them or anything. They're just so good for the family, these nice, big, gentle horses, true gentle giants. Kim comes from a good family of Clydesdale. And her husband Taylor's here. He'll be assisting her. He's standing over there by the cream can. He's got some black Angus cattle in their barn too, so he'll be busy with them. Now Kim's got to get him over that pole. Yesterday the wagon was on the left-hand side. Today it's on the right-hand side. They got to get him over that pole. She's got to get him hitched without touching a chalk line. Kim can step over the chalk line, but the horses can't. Look at her nice easy touch, gets the horses to move over and move in. You can just tell they're so nicely groomed and brought out. Kim said, I didn't like the way they were standing there. That's not how they're supposed to stand. They can feel the lines. They can feel that Kim's got the lines in her hand. And they know when that happens, it's time to go to work. The trouble is she's in the show ring right now, and we needed him to stand a little bit longer. So it's Taylor's fault. Taylor was slow with the cream can. Blame it on him, hey? Now watch her work this team. Watch her hands. These good teamsters in their hands, they look so quiet, yet they're adjusting the lines, and horses are coming around. Those Clydes are so nicely groomed, all their feathers clean, tails and manes combed out, ears are clipped, chins are clipped, foretops are braided with matching blue ribbon. Now this is a big pair of horses to get down this alley. It's hard to get their nose into that corner and have them come around, get into there. Just touch that one board with a foot, and it only takes a touch. I think maybe Kim was one of the few that did it yesterday. She said, I didn't want to reach very far for that barrel, that bag of oats, so I'll just drive right beside the barrel. That's no problem. She can do that. Now she's got to swing around and pick up the other bag to make a complete figure eight around here. That's a long reach for a little girl, Kim. And we don't allow the assistants to help. We said, if you're at home doing chores by yourself, there's nobody there to help you, so let's see. Show us how you can do it. Again, watch the athleticism of these Clydes. Watch their front legs, how they can cross over. Right now, coming into this 90, and again, when we get up here to the docking, watch how they'll cross their legs over. I just think they do it better than any other breed because they're so athletic and narrower chested, not muscled quite as heavy, and more flexible. Look at them looking. Look at the right-hand horse looking for that chalk line. See what his ears are saying. I see the chalk line. I see the mailbox. Now, Kim is far too young to know that you have to put the flag up and put the mail in the mailbox, so I had to tell her about that. She didn't know about putting mail in a mailbox. And this is her first year to Agribition with the Chore team. So I'd never seen a wagon this short with this fifth wheel. And it's going to make it a challenge to back it up straight. But just watch her. She said, I wasn't quite perfect. Now I want to be perfect. Now look at that. Look at that. Now watch these Clydes cross their legs over, come out of there. That's how you do that mailbox at 90. Now, used to be the toughest thing to do, this dock. When you get to town with your load of cream, load of grain, you got to go to the station house, back it in, unload it, so it can go on the next train to town. But you got to get that wagon backed in there close. A lot of horses had trouble backing. That was a tough thing to teach a horse. Push back on its rump, on that britchin strap to push that wagon back into place. Watch Kim. There it is, perfect. Not a problem at all. But when they got backed into the station house, that horses would be blocking the road across the front of the station house. So I said, Kim, can you fan your horses to the left? So she just asked the boys to come over haw. Now he said, well, we want to use the dock on that left-hand side, so can you move your horses all the way around to the right-hand side? And don't stop in the middle of the road because you're blocking the road if some other guy's coming by. So there she comes over, all the way to the left. Now the horses are out of the way, the cars can go by, others can come in and dock on the right-hand side. Oh, we want to use the dock on the left-hand side, Kim. Can you just move your team over to the middle again? So she'll move it to the middle. Now other teams can back in both sides of her while Taylor unloads the cream, unloads the grain, and loads up an empty can for cream for tomorrow. Okay, you've done that now, Kim. Put your horses away. Let's get ready to go to exhibition. That Young's equipment wagon, nobody's seen that wagon until they come to exhibition, so it's new for everybody. Young's equipment, when we first put this together, they said, what do you need? Well, we need a wagon and we need some sleds and stuff. Tim Young said, that's done, we'll do that for you. There, now Kim's got to get them parked. She's got to be able to get the boys back out of the keyhole without touching the line. While Taylor takes the empty cream can and parks it, put it back by the milk parlor so that you can fill it with cream for tomorrow. Just keeping quiet there while Tim was hooking her traces up. Traces have to be back up in their hangers to move around. So she's got them hooked up. Now she set her pole down. Notice how she sets the pole down nice and easy so it doesn't hit a horse on a hoof head or something. She gives him a little pet saying, man, you boys did well again today. But the fun's over. We're going to take you back, put you to work doing sleigh rides and hay rides back in Langenberg. But we got to get out of this keyhole yet. There she comes. There you go, Kim. What a run. Tremendous go.
Yesterday.
You and the boys got it figured out.
Yeah, we do.
Well, thank you very much for coming.
Thank you for having us. It was wonderful.
And did the kids come today?
They're right there.
All right, thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, Healer Creek from Langenberg, Saskatchewan. Together they established the Healer Creek Clydesdales in Clydesdales have been in Kim's background their entire life, and Rodeo and Cattle has been in Taylor's. They raise show Clydesdale horses, they raise Black Angus cattle, and so about everything else they can do in between. They are very active in the livestock world, farming and raising kids, just the way they should in the agricultural community. So put your hands together and thank you very much, Kim. Good job. If you want to look back to the leaderboard there for a minute now, you can see how the scores are starting to line up for today's events.
Chris Bertram, you knew he had a good run in there with his team. Wasn't so happy with him yesterday, but he had a great run today. 172, that's a good score. That'll get him right in the hunt.
So one of our other judges out there today is Michelle Stein. Michelle lives in Mooseman, Saskatchewan, and has 3 children. She has her own bookkeeping business and breeds and raises Clydesdales, along with a few miniature donkeys. Michelle started in the Chore competitions in 2015 and participated in the Agribition Chore team events in 21, 22, and won the Agribition Teamster of the Year back in 2021. As well, she won the water race many times at Agribition. In 23, Michelle became world champion chore team at the World's Clydesdale Show in Brandon, Manitoba. She judged the 2022 World Persian Congress. Michelle has also participated in and judged many small-town chore events over the years in Saskatchewan and Manitoba. So thank you, Michelle, for being one of our judges here today.
Well, Jason, if you want to see a big team of draft horses, Kelsey's bringing them in here. This is their wheel team for West Spring Percherons. They've been the champion 4-horse hitch in Manitoba for the last 3 years, and this is their wheel team. Look at the size of them, and watch them move around. They're so proud when they move. Just tremendous team. But the problem is they're a huge, big show team, and this is a very tight chore team competition. So they don't often fit together. That's like asking a hockey player to be a ballerina. They're so big they barely fit in the spaces that we've allotted for them. But watch Kelsey move with them. He'll talk them through this so easy. Not many horses will cross their back legs over like that. Watch them just cross over. Kelsey gets them to move over out of place. Look at how nice and easy he moves with them. Isn't that nice? This left-hand horse, I forget his name, but that horse is so impressive when you watch him. Just standing there, look at how impressive he is. He's like a statue, big arched neck, massive big horse. You think they'll notice that load even? Now, Kelsey's got them parked there, but they're so darn big, their noses are already over the front chalk line, and he just got the sled moved, so it's going to be tough for him to get him around and get him out of that corner. So impressive how well trained they are. When he said, whoa, they park their feet and they're not moving an inch. He made that look pretty easy. That might be the toughest thing for those big horses to do, get in and around that tight little corner. Now get hooked up to that wagon, that keyhole. Again, they got to come in from the left-hand side this time. Step the right-hand horse over the pole. It's impressive how these big horses know where their feet are. Now he has very little room to get those big horses around. Watch him step him over. Just like that. So impressed with Kelsey, how he moves with these big horses. They'd like to look up in the stands there and see all these 7,000 school kids here today, but they also paying particular attention to see what Kelsey's doing. This has to be so much distraction for these horses to do their job. Agribition announced today that there's 7,000 school kids coming through. I exaggerate a lot of things, but that is the truth. 7,000 school kids coming to Agribition. I think most of them plan to be here by 10 o'clock, and it's 22 right now, so they're arriving. Now Kelsey's got his team hooked up. They haven't moved. Now it's time to load the cream can. They've been busy milking the cows and separating the cream. So now that cream's got to go to town. But he's got to get out of this tight keyhole with these 19-hand Percherons going straight sideways. Look at that. These are awful big horses, but he sure makes it look easy. He cut around that chalk line with about 4 inches distance between it. Now, get down these rails. He's got to put them right into that corral panel to get straightened up and get down that rail. Oh, darn. So close. And the judges will look at that and say, well, he just touched one block and knocked 2 rails, so they have points per rail and points for blocks, so he won't lose everything, but they'll mark that. Now we got to load this wagon and take our grain to town to sell the grain. We're not making it that easy. We're saying you got to do a figure 8 around these barrels. Show us how you can drive your horses on this figure 8. Pick up 1 bag of grain on the first co-op barrel. Pick up another bag of grain on the second co-op barrel. Load it all in that Young's equipment wagon and head for the mailbox. Bertrams were one of the early breeds coming to Western Canada. They're a big, powerful horse. They like the Bertrams in Belgium, especially for the farm work. I'm, of course, very biased towards the Clydes, but the Clydes aren't very popular with their feather and their work ethic, where Bertrams and Belgians were tough, strong and tough. Kelsey's not dumb. He knows he's got to put the mail in the mailbox and put the flag up and then back up. And he says, well, if I stop 4 feet early, I can still meet the mailbox and I don't have to back up that extra 4 feet. Because that wagon does not like to back up straight. Look at that, come out of that 90, no problem. That's a big team to get around in there. If Kelsey does something wrong, his brother Patrick is riding up there behind him, talking in his ear. I'm sure telling him what he's done right and wrong. Now, asking Kelsey to get those horses, fan them over to the left. Not a problem. You can tell that left-hand horse has got lots of fire in him. He's got a big engine. Kelsey's got to be strong, calm with him. You can tell why this team is the wheel team of their 4-horse hitch. Been a champion at Brandon 3 years in a row. The 4-horse hitch champion all of Manitoba. They're such a big, impressive pair. Now here they come. Kelsey's got it all unloaded. Patrick's got the cream and the grain off. Now this is a big, big team to get in back into this keyhole and get him out of the way so that he can get around again and get them back out of here. How come you have to do all the work, Pat? It's hard to cheat on these big horses, reaching over the pole to reach the trace carriers. They're so big. There it is. There's his time. Now he's got to try to get that huge team back out of here, out of that keyhole. There's very little room to do that. Look at this left-hand horse looking. There you go. What a run. Thank you, Kelsey. That's very impressive.
Not too bad, eh?
That's awesome. Amazing. What a huge team to wiggle around through that course.
Yeah, they're not really made for this.
Well, you're awesome with them. Congratulations.
Thanks. All right.
So, ladies and gentlemen, that's Kelsey Robinson. He lives on a farm north of Minnedosa, Manitoba, with his partner, Carolina Horn. The farm consists of hayland and small portion of grainland. Every year, when the time to take the grain crop off, they thrash it the old style, the old-fashioned way. They have a binder, steam engine, separator, and it becomes a family event. This year, they had 3 Perchin teams hauling the sheaves up to the thrasher. Horses have been a huge part of their life as they grew up breaking horses along with their parents in the beginnings, and they helped in various hitches of the show circuit. Currently, Kelsey is helping show horses with West Spring Perchins. Carolina and I will be adding horses to our farm to continue the family traditions. From Minnedosa, Manitoba, put your hands together for Kelsey Robinson.
Okay, Jason, now we're getting into a working team. We're going to change sizes here. Drop down about 6 hands. But this is a working team. Chad Hallen from up at Hanley, he has 300 ewes, and he uses this team to feed them all year long. So this team is a working team. First time to Agribition. This is not Chad's first time to Agribition, though. He's been showing here for years. I remember Chad showing in the cattle barn. For 25 years, he showed in the cattle barn. Well, this is what this obstacle is. It's very tough for them to come in, turn around, back, and then turn 90 degrees without stepping on a chalk line. They got to come right around and back another 18 feet. And the judges are watching everything. We're making it very tough on these teamsters, but we'll have to make it tough. They're getting so good, so competitive. We've been to chore team competitions around North America, and these teamsters that come to Agribition are every bit as good, if not better, than I've seen in Denver or in the southern states. I try to keep a little bit quiet here as Chad talks his team out through that 90, not touching a chalk line. He's pulled the weight, absolutely no problem pulling that load of co-op feed mineral, horse mineral. They can pull that. They chored all year feeding 300 sheep, so pulling a load of horse mineral is not a big deal. But now you got to get into the keyhole, get hooked up to that Young's equipment trailer. See, the mares are looking around at the school kids traveling around here. All the activity in this arena is definitely a distraction for them. I don't know how you can replicate 7,000 school kids screaming and yelling in the arena. Practice that at home. Chad's hooking up the traces. You hook the traces to the single tree, and the single tree is hooked to the double tree. The double tree onto the pole, and that's what pulls and steers the wagon. At the front end, you saw him hook the neck yoke up to the front of the pole. The neck yoke goes down to the martingales, quarter straps, the britchin, and that's what gives you reverse and steers you backwards. Man, these guys bounce up on that wagon like it's nothing, Jason. I need a step ladder now. Hey, he's come out of the keyhole. Chad's got him lined up, aiming for the rails. It seems to me Chad might have been the one yesterday that made it through the rails unscathed. He knows he's got to get him way into the boards and then turn him so that the wagon gets into that rails nice and straight. Oh, there's a bobble, but didn't knock her down. I think he's done it again. I don't think anybody's done it twice. That just demonstrates how well the team works, how intricate his driving and the team is. Now he's got to grab his bag of oats and swing around and grab a bag of barley, but we're telling you have to do a figure eight around these co-op barrels without touching them or knocking them down. That would be a major penalty. Okay, as he comes around the far one, he wants to get stopped so he can reach the bag of grain, but yet not knock the barrel over when he completes the turn. There he comes. No problem at all in that element. But now he's got to get lined up and make that long run down there. 60 feet alley. You got to drive straight down it. Put his envelope in the mailbox, mail his taxes in, and then come back again, back out of it 90 degrees. Isn't this a nice team? It'd be a wonderful team for doing chores. Feeding the cattle and 300 sheep. Chad knows his team. He knows how hard to push them and how hard not to push them. Very nice and gentle on the lines. He says, my left-hand mare gets a little bit mad. So I'm just going to take it easy, back up nice and straight, nice and slow. There is a timer going on this event, but Chad has no problems with the time. He's in good shape that way. Look at that. He got her back there perfectly. Now he's got to swing him. Going to ask him come out haw, make that corner. There he comes. I can see the back wheel, and he made it. Very few teams will make that corner without touching chalk line, and he did her. Just a good teamster. You see Michelle and Matthew over there looking, and they're saying, I can't believe he made that. But now we ask him to back into this dock. Now he's got his own way of backing in, and I like this way. Gets wagon in place, swings the horses around, and then backs her in. Once the wagon comes straight, he straightens his horses up and he backs straight in. There he is, nice and soft, perfect. Now we asked him to fan him. Fan to the left, and then fan to the right. But the whole time they're fanning, they're trying to hold that wagon tight to that dock. So if somebody's loading and unloading, the wagon's still sitting there. Especially in the days when you'd use dollies. They had those four-wheel dollies at the rail station where they'd have goods laid on. Now that he's backed up, now they can unload the cream cans, unload the bags of grain, load up an empty cream can, and then head for home. Now he's coming back into the keyhole. He's got to get him in a corner there, back where he got him, and leave himself enough room to get the team out. I can tell you don't feel good. That won't hurt too bad. Look at this team, how nice they are with Chad. He's such a good teamster. This is the first time he's been to town with this team. He's been here before. Now we have a timer, and when he sets the pole down, the time is up. But now he's got to take his lines off, walk his team, get him behind the wagon, and get him out of that keyhole. See the judges standing back here, they're watching. Well, that's going to be tight, that chalk and that wagon. And they just shied a little bit from the wagon, and that gave him a tough spot. That was a tremendous run. See what a great teamster. That's what happens when you feed 300 sheep a day. Thanks, Chad.
Thanks, Bill. Thanks for everything you do for this. And we're happy to be here with Agribition again, and thank you to our sponsors. So fun to do this.
Yes, for sure it is. It's fun to watch you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We really enjoy being here.
Okay. We'll see you again next year.
So ladies and gentlemen, Chad Holland from Hanley, Saskatchewan. There, he and his wife Sarah, along with their kids, run a flock of 300 commercial ewes. They use Samson and Arnold to feed the sheep daily, as well as feed the cows with Chad's dad, Neil. Chad has had this team for 4 years now and has taken them to several Chore team competitions, as well as the North American Suffolk Horse Gathering this summer in Cairns, Saskatchewan. There are only 1,500 registered Suffolk horses in North America, making them a very rare breed. Chad has been attending Agribition for 35 years, participating in purebred cattle for the majority of those years, and is now involved in the sheep show as well as the Chore team competitions. He'd like to thank the organizers and volunteers for putting on this world-class show. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Chad Halen.
We're going to time out.
What are we taking, just a short little break here or what?
Yeah, just let the girls feed. We'll see.
I'm going to say it just like that. Piss break.
You keep going with your
So each year this event takes place and it's growing and growing in popularity. And as it comes around, it could not take place though without the sponsorship, Young's Equipment, and the co-op. Those two sponsors have been helping us out for many, many years, and it's certainly a pleasure to have them here once again. So the Moose Jaw Co-op is one of the major sponsors here, and again they brought out the muffins and stuff for the exhibitors. They do many, many free giveaways. They're always here to help. You can always count on the co-op when you're putting on anything to do with ag. The Moose Jaw Co-op is a project partner for every farm build, big or small. The Moose Jaw Co-op is the community for values. You can visit them in Avonlea, Liberty, Imperial, and Moose Jaw. And a little bit of a note is that the Moose Jaw Co-op gave $30.9 million in equity to its membership. So thank you very much for being involved with the 2025 Chore team, the Moose Jaw Co-op. Also, we got Young's Equipment, and they are very proud to be presenting the sponsor, or being a presenting sponsor of the Chore team competition. Young's Equipment has been leading the way in a thriving agricultural community. Third generation, very, very popular business, and Mr. Tim Young was here personally yesterday and competed in an event here, and it was just very fun to watch, and we certainly appreciate Young's Equipment. Now, for those of you that are just arriving up here, you're watching the Chore team competitions. They're having it's a 3-minute break so that they can switch some harnesses around and stuff out in the back, and then they'll be back in here. There's a score system here. There's 2 judges that'll be watching all the horses come in and what they do, and the score system will total 125 points, but for 2 judges, they combine the score to give 250 possible points. When they enter the arena, they get 5 points for just coming in the arena, but they can be deducted 1 or 2 points if the horses act up or do something just a little off the key and step on something, or not the lines are dragging, anything like that the judges are looking for, and that's a 5-point system. Then they're going to hook up to the sleigh, and they got to pull the sleigh ahead 14 feet. If they go over the white line, they get deducted points for that one. You'll notice when they go into the sleigh area, they have to back the team in, and they got to back around and hook up.
Yeah.
So everything in this arena, what you see, is representing just the way it was in the old days. Now, you heard earlier in the 1920s, there was 3 million horses in Saskatchewan. It was the heart of the agriculture, it was the horse. And what you're seeing today is just a little bit of a replica built that you've got to pull. The horses have to work, then they get harnessed up to the wagon and they go to town. They got to go across a little bridge. They got to do a figure 8 as they pick up their oats and their feed. And then they head into town and they deliver the mail. And then they go over to the feed store. They drop off the cream can. They pick up their supplies to head back home. Then the horse will go back into the ring, unhook and unharness, and they walk the team back to the barn. So that was just like a daily occurrence back in the day. And that's what this whole show is to represent, is Saskatchewan roots. So when they drive through the alley, they can gain 10 points. When they do the figure 8, that's 15 points. The alley and the mailbox is a very tough one for the horses to do, and that's 15 points. But the toughest one of the whole bunch is to back to the dock, keep the trailer backed up, and they got to fan left and fan right. And the horses will do crossovers with their legs, much like Connor McDavid will do. And they get crossed over and they get lined up, and that's a 20-pointer. So for the total of 125 from each judge, and if you add the two together, it gives you 250 points of potential. So it's a tough competition. If you look at the leaderboard, and you'll see some of the scores up there, out of a potential 250 points, that's what they get. It's not from lack of trying. It's just from little errors made, and you have to control. You got to become one with the horse. So that just gives you a little idea of what it's all about. And as soon as Bill gives me the lead, we are going to continue back on.
Well, Jason, I see the leaderboard there, and I see our old buddy Chris Bertram back on the top. For 10 years, that's where he always was. He's starting to shine through, just a pure cowboy, pure horses, everyday workhorses. See a good overview of the arena there on the screen now. This layout for our competition has been copied many times around the country because of how well it tests the horses and the drivers. Now we're getting a treat here. One of the top horsewomen, horse people in the country. Here's Twyla and her team. Old Scotty, I recognize old Scotty on the right. He's a veteran. Well, this is a young horse on the left, just a 3-year-old. We've got quite a few 3-year-olds in the competition, and this just shows how skilled these teamsters are. Twyla's a great horse person. She'll compete riding or driving. She'll go to the World Clydesdale show and complete in 30 classes. Watch the precision she has with those horses. Just great communication between horse and driver. Watch Scotty's ears come back and listen to Twyla. Listen to everything she says. Twyla and Cam have a landscaping and hydro drilling business in Yorkton, Hydrovac. They're very busy, but they always make time for each other. They got their kids helping run the business now, and Cam will come help Twyla with the horses. They'll go camping. They've got a resort up north. They fly in. They live a well-rounded life. If you ever want to go for a real nice wagon ride, sleigh ride, bonfire, you just call Twyla. She'll do that. Just watch these horses now, how they listen to her coming around the corner. Look at that. Very nicely done. Now watch her talk them over the rail here. She's got Scotty on the right-hand side, so I think she could talk Scotty through this course without her lines. You can see the mannerisms of the horses and their driver, their teamster. Watch their ears on Scotty and their partner. Oh, I spoke too soon. Scotty is, you could nail Scotty's feet down. He's not moving. The other horse with him is just 3 years old, so just a little bit different. Still learning the process. Bill Ollie.
My Dale area.
That's too bad.
Yeah.
Twilight got through that keyhole very well. Now, the size of Big Scotty, look at, he's got to put his nose right into that fence to come around. Scotty says, no problem, I'll put my nose in that fence if you want. They just about did it. So strong and steady. Hey, these Clydes have just great personalities for people to work with. You can see how relaxed. Watch them licking their lips. Ears back, listening to what Twyla has to say. She doesn't have to fight with them. Now watch them sit there and lick their lips. They're just saying, we're good with whatever's going on. Just let us go. Once she stops, they'll lick their lips again and say, we're good. Now, Twyla's she's picked up one bag of grain. She's got to pick up the second bag of grain, come around those co-op barrels. So Twyla's around, got her feed loaded up. Now she's got to get to the mailbox. Cam's probably been writing letters to Santa Claus already, and that's maybe what he's going to stick in the mailbox today. But she's got to get down this long alley, and it's not very wide. And she hasn't seen this wagon till she come to Agribition. But I have confidence in her. Watch her and Scotty communicate here when she starts going back. Watch Scotty's ears. She'll talk him through it. And she's got Cam in the back here. Cam with his Hydrovac company, he's backs wagons all over the country. And Twyla will say to him, Cam, I need a caboose for giving sleigh rides when it's really cold. So Cam built her a beautiful caboose. And she wanted some more bobsleighs because she's getting so many orders for sleigh rides. So I don't know how many bobsleighs Cam has built for her now, but they're beautiful. So they're quite a team together. Watch Twyla work with this team of Clydes. She wasn't quite straight, so she wants Scotty to step over just a little bit. Now she's happier. Listen to her talk. She's saying, come ha. Watch Scotty push the young one over. And Scotty's pushing him a little. And Twyla's got Cam watching for him. They are a true team. Now watch Scotty push his way over. Say, get over there, buddy. I got to make this corner without stepping on that line. Look at Scotty's head down looking for that chalk line. Very well done. It's impressive watching these true teams, 2 horses and the driver. In this case with Cam too. The 4 of them make an impressive team. Twyla's got her own way of backing this wagon in. Everybody learns their own way differently. I see Budweiser do it exactly this way. They come up, put a little bit of hook in their trailer and then back, and the wagon will come around and go straight into the dock. Budweiser does it with 8 horses. They make it look pretty good. Twyla makes it look just as easy with this pair. Remember, this left-hand horse is just 3 years old. First time to town, first time being on this wagon. But on the other hand, watch Scotty beside. Isn't that perfect? Absolutely perfect. Not jamming in there, ramming it, just sitting there. Now, if you had a wheeler to unload that co-op flour and co-op sugar, there'd be no problem. Again, watch these Clydes cross their front legs over. I don't think there's another breed that does it any better than these Clydes. Twyla's talking away to them. This is really a team with Twyla and Cam and the 2 Clydes. There's 90 degrees to the right. Look at Scotty's ears. right back listening to her. It's almost an unfair advantage when you got a horse as good as Scotty up there. Now Twyla says, unload the cream, get me an empty can because I got to milk the cows, grab me some flour and some sugar. That's something we can't raise on the farm, but it's something that co-op supplies. Look at Scotty pushing the young guy over. Now you got to park them back in the corner here and leave yourself enough room to get out. Scotty's looking around. He sees the lines, knows where he's got to go. But watch him, it's like he's scared of those lines. Look at his ear looking down at that line. He knows he's not supposed to touch it. Ears back, listening to Twyla. Now she says, Cam, you can put that empty cream can back in the dock. I'll unhitch the horses and be right there. She's got the wagon parked almost sitting right in the middle of the keyhole. A little different technique than others have, but I think she knows what she's doing here. There's the tongue goes down. The judges shut this time clock off. See Rhonda Cassette here, one of our arena scribes. She's working the clock. She's written the time down. She'll share that with the judges, and that'll compute into points for the teamster. Now watch, she'll ask Scotty to push his way across there, turn the young guy around, and don't step on a line. How's that? Wish I had a mic on Twyla listening to her talk to Scotty. We'll hear it straight from her.
Thank goodness for Scotty.
I say it's an unfair advantage you having Scotty.
He does well. Yeah, he does well.
You guys are a great team. You and Cam and the two horses, great team.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thanks for coming, Twyla.
All right, folks. That was Twilight Newton from Yorkton, Saskatchewan, with her team Jem and Jewel. Twyla and her husband, Cameron, own and operate their family-run business, Newton Landscaping and Hydrovac Services. Once Twyla gets her office work done, she can be found in the barn working with her horses. Twyla both rides and drives her draft horses and is just home from a successful trip to the World Clydesdale Show in Illinois, where she rode her Clydesdale mare in the riding classes. Let's give them a big hand, folks. New leaderboard here, guys. Chad Halland from Hanley Sask.
Chad Hallen really rocketed up the leaderboard there with that great run he had, 288 points. He had a really good run here a couple minutes ago. So Glenn, we sent Jason packing, did we?
Yeah, he had some stuff to look after. You're gonna put up with me for a little bit here. I am no Jason LeBlanc.
Well, I think we're looking up to that. Now, here's a beautiful team. My favorite horse on the right-hand side, Johnny and Pongo. Watch Johnny on the right. Norm is from over in Bertram country. He's part of that crew that sleigh rides all winter long up through the hills and mountains of Birdtail Valley, Turtle Mountain. This team of Norms is crossed 4 ways, if I can remember: Bertram, Hackney, Saddlebred, and Pinto. They make a very, very good chore team. This crew from Manitoba has been coming here for quite a few years. This year they brought a semi-load of horses. And I'm thinking that our championship trophy could head back to Manitoba again, but I don't actually feel that bad. I don't know how their football team did. Do you remember, Glenn? How did they do in the playoffs? Where did the Bombers finish? Oh, yeah, they weren't in the playoffs, were they? I forgot that.
Yeah.
So they might get the championship buckle here in the chore team, but they didn't get any CFL Grey Cups.
Two different competitions, really.
That's okay. They're great competitors. It's a fun rivalry, but they're sure tremendous horsemen. See, Norm's been competing for quite a few years. Crazy story with Norm and his team here. He was on a sleigh ride up in the Turtle Mountains, and they were crossing a river with his team hooked to the sleigh, and they went through the ice. And there was his team down in the water and the ice, and it took them quite a while with the other teams to get hooked onto them and get them pulled out of the creek. So it was a scary situation for Norm and his team. So we're glad that they're here with us yet. They did a lot of scrambling down on the ice and the water. Now watch Pongo and Johnny here come in. Johnny's all eyes. He's all business, but he is a tremendous horse. We're asking Norm to drive the team over this pole, stand Johnny up, have him parked there. Johnny and Pongo's sire is a Paint Belgian, and his mother is a Frisian Bertram. I got it right there now. I knew I had it written down. Norm has competed many times in the chore team competition, but he also uses them at home. They sleigh ride and hay ride in around that Bertram country. true horseman, he straightens the twists out of his traces before he hooks them up. Make sure they're all good. Now he's asked Michelle to grab that cream can. Let's throw her on the wagon and I'll show off some driving skills. Now watch him go. Watch that Johnny horse on the right. He just a perfect example of what a Chore team could be. Strong, powerful, can travel. He'd be lots of fun on a sleigh ride up in the riding mountain. This is very tough to get around this corner here. I think there's only been 3 teams that done it right now. That he made that look easy. You're gonna have to make it tougher for Norm. He's a great driver. They're a great driver and they're great people there all around Bertle. Norm and all the lanes that are over there. We had Jim Lane competing here last year. He's competed here for a few years and one of the best. Sad to say we lost Jim this past year, but his horses are still here. We still think of him and what a great show he put on. He was a tremendous showman, always full of excitement, full of energy. You'll see JL branded on the left shoulder of a lot of these Bertram horses in the country, and that's a Jim Lane brand, so that's pretty cool. Now Norm's got his 2 bags of grain. He's got his can of cream. He's got to mail a letter first. He's going to go to the mailbox, mail a letter. But darn, they put it in a tight alley. He's got to go up to the mailbox, put the letter in, and then he's got to back down that alley without going on a chalk line. Puts the letter in, flips the flag up. That flag is an indicator to the postman, stop by and pick up my mail. And same thing, if the letter's back up again, when Norm comes back, that means the postman's dropped off some mail. That wagon, if it gets turned just a little bit, it wants to jump out from underneath you. Watch Norm, he'll straighten her out. There, he's got her now. Now they'll come out of there nice. There he is. Now he's got his mail dropped off and he's out of that 90 degree. He's got to get over there and back in, and they got to unload their cream and maybe pick up some of that co-op sugar and co-op flour, co-op salt. That's one thing as the homesteaders out in the prairie, they never had access to sugar or salt. So one thing they would go to town and trade for would be salt. Take their grain, take their cream, and bring home some salt. That was a valuable commodity. Now Norm says, I've never seen a wagon built quite like this. My farm wagon is quite a bit different, a little longer, easier to turn, easier to back in. My sleighs are much easier. Whoever built this wagon, it's way too short coupled, turns way too fast, so it makes it hard to back in. You know he's not happy yet. Norm's a perfectionist, he'll back it in. Johnny and Pongo are listening and watching. Norm's still not happy. He said, I can do better than that. Again, you get to town and your nerves get into you. There, now he's got her. He's parked straight in the middle. That's what the judges are looking for, park in the middle. Fan all the way to the left, 90 degrees. You can see there's a chalk line on the floor. That's just an indicator for the public to see that he's made 90 degrees. Now, look at Johnny crossing over. His legs are right one behind the other as he crosses over. He's back in there. Perfect. And watch Johnny cross over again. So athletic and agile. Now Norma's saying, go ahead, Michelle, you can unload the cream. While you're there, maybe you should grab some of that co-op sugar and co-op flour, because you're going to make some cakes this week. Make some Christmas pie. Here comes Norm bringing him back in. He's got to park in that keyhole so that he can get out, and he's got to park on the right-hand side. He's got to get him wiggled around in there. Get that wagon far enough ahead that he can get out. Now away goes the cream can. Get back in there and get milking again. Now the boys know they're done their duties. Johnny and Pongo, they're just standing there perfectly quiet. Look at Johnny's one ear looking back there, seeing where Norm is. Okay, as soon as the tongue hits the ground, our scribes will shut the timer off and they'll convert that into a score. So many minutes equals so many points. But now Norm's got to get Johnny and Pongo out of that keyhole. You know Johnny's not going to step on a line. Here you go, Norm. You did another excellent run.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming.
Okay, well, glad to be here.
We'll see you at the ribbon presentation, I know it.
All right, thank you, Bill, and thank you to our competitor, Norm Graham from Bertram, Manitoba, and his team, Johnny and Pongo. This is Norm's third year competing in the Chore team competitions. He is a retired railroader and hobby horse farmer. His helper is Michelle Ferguson. Pongo, the left-hand horse, is a 9-year-old gelding. Johnny is on the right, and he is an 8-year-old gelding. They are full brothers, and both are Frisian, Bertram, Belgian paint cross.
Okay.
This is their third year competing together, but they have been driving together for 6 years. He has taken many sleigh and wagon rides with them over the last 6 years. He also uses Pongo and Johnny to do chores with during the winter. Let's give him a hand, folks.
He must be. I haven't seen him, but he posted you on Snapchat talking, so yeah. Figured Adeline said she saw you too, so yeah.
Okay. Jason's daughter was in a car accident.
Oh no.
So he's gone, so we got a new guy here.
We have a new leader on the scoreboard, folks. Twilight Newton at 314 points, aggregate.
I better get out here. Thank you. Well, you knew, Glenn, when you saw Twilight in and she has Scotty there at her side. Like I said, that's an unfair advantage having a horse like Scotty. But that's because Twilight trained him. That's pretty impressive. Twilight at the top, Chris Bertram right there. Two that you knew were going to be good.
They were dialed in, for sure.
But the competition is not over yet. These guys keep getting better and better as they're coming in. Earlier on, we saw the wheel team of the champion 4-horse hitch in Manitoba. This is the lead team. This is Cody Ferguson. Cody can drive horses, he can drive trucks, he can drive whatever you want. He competed in Manitoba, Western Canada with his Bertrams. 2, 4, and 6-horse hitches. This is a lead team. Pretty tough to ask a lead team to come here and compete in a chore team competition. But just watch them. When the Manitoba crew arrived with their semi, Cody was driving and Scott come in and said, "Where do you want that semi?" And I said, "Well, can you get it back in here?" He said, "Cody's driving, where do you want it?" I said, "Well, there's a 9-foot alley there. Can you get through there?" Cody wheeled her right back in, right off of Louvain, right back to the Agrodome here. Just tremendous truck driver, awesome horse teamster. Competes across Western Canada with his horses. Him and his partner, Casey, a great teamster. The idea here is to have to back that team 90 degrees back in, come down the long alley without stepping on a chalk line, hook to the load, pull it ahead 8 feet, stop them before the chalk line, and then make your 90-degree turn and come out. It'll demonstrate the control and the strength of your team, the communication you have between your team and your driver while pulling a load of that co-op horse mineral. Watch the team's ears. They're used to being 40 feet ahead of Cody when he's driving. They're the lead team, so they're way ahead. You see this left-hand horse with the JL brand on it? That JL brand is Jim Lane. I mentioned all the Lane horses that are beat out here. That's one of them right there. And just see how good he is. Years of breeding and selection in the Lane family. Got some great horses. Now Cody will gather his lines up. If they drag the lines, they'll have points deducted because dragging your lines is not a very good thing to do as a teamster. You drag your lines, they get in the mud, they get slippery, they get wet, snowy. Been known, you drag a line and you're driving a wagon, that line goes under the wheel of the wagon, can jackknife the wagon, flip it over, and cause a lot of problems. So they'll get judged if they drag their lines. One person I haven't introduced is the one sitting here on the sled. Ernie Boone's sitting here. Ernie Boone is another original Manitoba farmer. Ernie is in charge of the arena here at our chore team competition. He's organized it all. He does a lot of work all year long keeping this chore team competition going. So thank you, Ernie, for all you do. Cody's got the boys in place. Watch how his hands work. Cody and his dad will train 80 horses a winter. So watch how fast he'll work. He doesn't have somebody on a microphone and 7,000 kids in their face though, so that makes it tough on them. Watch their ears and their lips. That'll tell you everything about the horses and what they're thinking. Their ears are back, listening to Cody. Turn back. Their lips are flipping. They're happy. They're content. They'll stand there all day for you. Now Cody's got to swing him around, get him out of that same keyhole. Watch this lead team, how agile they are. Watch Cody's hands. He's used to driving with 6 or 8 lines, not just 2. He doesn't even notice the 2 lines in his hands. Very, very smooth driver. He knows he's got to put that team right into the wall to get that tail of the wagon over and keep it off the rails. I think we've only had one team so far today make it. Darn, still just one team today. That was close. Now, Cody, you got to pick up some feed. You got feed to go to town and get sold. So can you stop and pick up off that co-op barrel a bag of oats and then wheel around, make a figure 8, pick up that bag of barley. And the faster you do it, the better points you'll get. So be mindful of the time. But if he hits a barrel, they'll deduct those points. Be nice if you could see Cody get out and trot these horses, be in the lead team of the championship 4. You know how nice they can move out. Watch as he comes around. Now he's got to get lined up into that long alley to drop the mail off. What do you think of this so far, Glenn?
It's pretty impressive. I did a little bit of this when I was a kid, but my dad sold the team when I left home, got around Baylor.
That maybe wasn't a bad thing.
Well, for him, yeah. And he sold the milk cow too, so.
Now, watch Cody back this wagon. Again, these guys haven't seen this wagon. It's made specifically for Agribition, special order, short coupled, 5th wheel. Very hard to back up straight. Hard for most drivers, not that hard for Cody. Cody says, I want to go a little more and I'm going to swing him over, put him tight to the haw side so I can miss those chalk line. Look at that. Come around there. Now he's got him over far enough. The wheel missed the corner on the other side. That's very good. Very impressive, but he's driving the lead team, and that's the agile horse on the front of a 6-horse hitch. Now he's got to get him swung around, and Cody's used to doing this with 6-horse hitches, just like Budweiser did. Cody's great uncle, Lloyd, drove for Budweiser for 30 years. And the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Watch these guys drive. There's how you back to a dock. I hope some of you can hear the chattering going on there and how Cody's talking to them. Watch their ears listening to Cody and every word. There, perfect 90 degrees the other way. Now he's got to swing him back and finish off with them straight. See their ears back and listening away. So now Cody's dropped off his cream can. He's dropped off his bags of grain. Now he can park his team, have a quick shower, and head to Minnedosa for an evening entertainment. You see these horses are all shot up on the front end for show. They like to grow a big foot on the front end. Accentuates the movement and shows them off a little bit. So if you notice up close, a lot of these Chore teams aren't shod because you don't show your Chore team for use in the wintertime, but Cody's got these shod up and ready for competition all year. His next show will be the Royal Winter Fair in Manitoba, and he'll have a 6-horse hitch in there competing. These horses that you see at the show here will be there competing. So very multi-purpose teams. See how fast his hands are working. If you're hitching and driving 40 to 50 horses, training at a time, your hands move that fast. There's your time, Mr. Judge. Now you got to get the horses back out of here. Cody can drive horses, but he can also drive semis. That's his job. And the off time, he hauls fertilizer, drives super bees, so driving a team of horses is no problem. There, he's sneaking out of the keyhole. There he is. Pretty impressive, Cody, with a big grin on your face.
Yeah, thank you.
That was a good run.
Yeah, thanks. I caught a couple lines, but they did all right.
You did very good. Thanks for coming.
All right, folks, let's give a big thanks to Cody Ferguson of West Spring Percherons at Minnedosa, Manitoba, and his team Lex and Cal. Cody competed in his first Chore team competition when he was about 10 years old. He has been doing them on and off since then. This year, Cody is bringing a different pair than usual. He has the lead team of his 6-horse hitch. Cal will be on the left. He is 5 years old. Cody purchased him 3 years ago at a sale in Madison, Wisconsin. Lex is on the right. He is 10 years old, and Cody acquired him from Jim Lane of Bertram, Manitoba about 5 years ago. Let's give him a round of applause, guys. Take a look at the leaderboard. Norm Graham, his score, he scored 146 in his last round there.
You knew with the run Twilight had with Scotty that she was going to jump to the top. Like, that's almost unfair having a horse that good with you, but the fact is that she trained him, so that's why he is so good.
So, Bill, is it 3 times easier to drive a 2-horse team than a 6-horse hitch?
Now we got a treat here, Glenn. We got Greg Malinowski with his team of Ben and Pearl. Yesterday, Greg come in with his polo hat. Today he's got a vest on, and I never know what he's kind of come in with next. Greg trains a lot of these good work horses and Chore team horses. Watch him back these guys in here. Look at how that went. Is that perfect or what? As we're going through our morning here, we're working from the bottom end to the top end on the scoring from yesterday. So now we're getting to the top of the last few competitors. So we know they did well yesterday. There's only 3 teams left to come in, so Greg was right near the top. This is a crossbred team here, got quarter horse crosses. Greg got his first team, showed here, competed with them in the Chore team competition as 2-year-olds, and they were excellent. So he kept them together and competed, but then he changed the horse here this past year, and now he's put these 2 together. Great team. You can see they're not going to stall pulling that load of co-op mineral. He uses them for feeding all winter. They're nice size. And I'll bug Greg about this right to his face. He's vertically challenged, so this is a good team for him. Look at that, just absolutely perfect in that, come out of there without touching a chalk line. Greg's a tremendous horseman. He drove some pony chuck wagons in his day, now driving work horses and chore horses. Now this is a tough little spot here to get the team over that pole without stepping on a chalk line. Greg chooses to hook his lines up, and he knows where they are if something ever happens. Got to get the pole onto the neck yoke. See how well the horses stand and wait for him. Ben and Pearl. Notice what kind of harness Greg has here. He's got brass harness. That means work. I think that's French for work. That brass takes a lot of work to keep it clean. You can polish it a couple times a day. Now he's got to turn him around and get him back out of here. I have no doubt he'll have no problems the way he works with this team. And watch Greg's hands, how quiet they are with the lines. He's not reaching and grabbing. He's talking them, gentle movement. He knows he's got to get him into the wall to have him make that corner. How many teams have been one team that made it today through these alleys? I'll put money on it that he makes it. Look at that. No problem. Yeah, you can thank him. That's cool. Not many can do that. Nice and close to the feed. Makes it easy to load the oats off the co-op barrel. Now going to wheel around and see if he can get the barley picked up. That Young's equipment wagon turns awful quick in here, and it'll turn fast and can catch that barrel if you happen to turn too fast. There, he's got into a good spot there to get that bag of oats. Now, Greg, you got to get him around and deliver some mail up that long, narrow alley. Ben and Pearl are just 4 and 5 year old, this team that he's driving. You wouldn't know it the way they drive. Very well behaved. Greg's got to drop off his mail, and a lot of people wouldn't remember dropping off the mail, and when you put it in the mailbox, you got to flip the flag up. That tells the mailman to stop by and pick up my mail, and he'll do the same thing for you. He'll stop, and if he puts mail in there, he'll flip your flag up. That means you got mail in the mailbox. Now he's got to be able to back these up 20 feet down that narrow alley. He just has no problem with this team of Ben and Pearl on these tight spots. He can talk them through, and they sneak around there perfectly. See how nice and quiet his hands are? He's not reaching and grabbing or anything. He's just quietly adjusting, talking the team through it. That's what makes him such a good teamster, and that's why he's close to the top of the leaderboard. The other thing, just notice that brass harness, how nice and shiny it is. But notice Ben and Pearl, all brushed and shiny and clean. That's nice to see that come to town. They take pride in their horses. And I think the horses know it and work better for them when they're all cleaned up and polished. A curry comb doesn't cost much money. There he is, he's backed into the dock. Now, I think Greg was one of the best at this dock. The thinking is you got to have that wagon in there tight so they can be loading and unloading that co-op flour and sugar and salt with trolleys and dollies. So that wagon has to stay tight to the dock while you're moving your team side to side or fanning it. He was one of the best at that. Look at that wagon hasn't moved off the dock. There he is, his full fan. Greg made that so easy, he thought he was done. You can't get that good help, Greg, that could unload it that fast. Well, like I said, that probably the best docking we'll see here this week is watching Greg Malinowski back into that dock and hold the wagon up tight and sit there while you load and unload your salt, sugar, and flour. Now, can you get him in there, parked in a way with the wagon out of the way so you can get that team back out of the keyhole? That's the catch. I try not to talk too much here while he's in a vulnerable spot. His lines are up. He's pulling the traces. I acknowledge people like Daryl Bertram here working on the lines and the arena, straightening them all up again after every run. Tyrell's out here with the rake, cleaning up the chalk lines so that judges can see it all. And he's got chalk down inside the keyhole so that the wagon can be parked in exactly the same spot for the next competitor. You'll see the arena guys move it back over and park it on the chalk. Greg's got the team unhooked. The timing stopped. The scribe here, Rhonda, has got the time written down. That'll convert into points. And Matthew, judging beside her, is passing on the scores. There's Greg. That bowler hat is good luck for you, Greg.
I appreciate it. Had a great time here. Like I said, this one was for Dale and Jim, and I can only go so far, I guess.
Well, you did awesome. That bowler hat and this fancy vest today, I think that's your good luck.
Well, that's good. I just come to impress you, you know.
Yeah. You did that, and you impressed everybody else here with your driving. Thanks very much, Greg.
All right, thank you to our contestant, Greg Malinowski from Outlook, Saskatchewan, and his team, Ben and Pearl. Ben is 6 and Pearl is 4. They are Percher and quarter horse crosses, started as two-year-olds. Greg has done chores with them and some farming with them as well, and he's attended numerous public events with his team. Greg likes the chore team competitions as they allow him to showcase his many skills, and he has lots of them. Quick look at the scoreboard up top. We have a new leader, folks, Mr. Cody Ferguson, in at 338.5 in the aggregate. If you've just joined us, I just want to give a quick shout out to our judges, Michelle Stein from Moosomin Sask, and Matthew Steffen from Regina. As well, the man with the mic in the arena is Mr. Bill Awley, and he is telling you everything you need to know on every run. Thank you, Bill.
Thank you, Glenn. Now we're getting into some fancy stuff here. You know I'm a Clydesdale guy. I love the Clydesdales. This is about as good as it gets here for fancy Clydesdales. Chris Arthur from just south of Brandon and his son Alexander brought a team of Clydesdales here. And just look how well brought out they are. They're all clipped and cleaned, matching sweat pads, matching halters, matching shirts. They come to town to put on a show. And if you look good, you feel good. And if you feel good, you do good. And this is a good-looking bunch. Chris does something a little bit different. He's got wooden hames with chrome balls on the on his harness. You don't see too many wooden hames nowadays. I never found they fit as well on some of the collars as a metal hame, that they're bent a little differently. Chris's are fitting on there perfectly. Chris is very active over there in Manitoba in the horse business. They bid for and got the World Clydesdale show about 3 years ago, and Chris Arthur was in charge of the chore team segment of it, he competed in it, and he also competed in their dressage and jumping part of it. And for his day job, something relaxing, he's in charge of firefighting and fire search and rescue in southern Manitoba. So he said he's been extremely busy in the fire front this year. The fire season was as bad in Manitoba as it was in Saskatchewan, he said, so he was battling fire, searching and rescuing people and animals out of the fire zone, danger zone. So that's what he does for his job, and then he comes and relaxes and drives horses and Chore team horses. Very talented. And his son Alexander is his helper, going to be his cream can helper. Can you get this big team of Clydes out of that small little arena? Now Chris has got to get them by this wagon and up and hooked onto the pole. Now they haven't seen this wagon, this Young's equipment wagon before. They haven't seen the crowd. They haven't seen these kids up in the stands waving and stuff. That makes it a little bit unfair for the teamster to have these kids up there. Chris's team knows to mind themselves. Look how well they stand and behave. Like I said, the World Show in Brandon was a couple of years ago. Chris had a major part in organizing that, managing it, and then on top of that, competing in it. He was going like crazy 24 hours a day trying to keep everything in order. And then to see him put on a little helmet and jump on and ride English style was a shock for me to see. But he's so talented at, like Twilight Newton, they're very talented driving and riding. Now Chris has got his team hooked up. He's saying to his son, Alexander, you get up here. You're young and strong. You can carry that can full of cream. Now Alexander has to put two hands on the seat, and then the judges say he can move the wagon. Now again, I'll talk about these Clydes because Clydes are the best breed, in case you didn't know. Watch them cross their front legs here, cross over, how athletic and agile these Clydes are. You can see them cross over here coming into the tight spots. I don't think there's other breeds that are as athletic and agile as a Clyde when it comes to that. Not many teams have made the alley. That might be number 3. Attaboy, Alexander, good coaching there. You got your dad doing it right. Look at Chris move with those Clydes. Again, watch these Clydes cross over on the front. So athletic, nimble. If expecting Alexander to pick it up. He'd have parked further away, but he knows he's got to reach for it himself, so he had to get close. Again, watch these Clydes cross over, get into spot, line up for this alley. Got to get his nose into that wall so he can get lined up straight for that alley. It's important that he's straight if he wants to back up. He's got to back up 18 feet to get the wagon back into the keyhole. He's got mail on his wagon to put in the mailbox. Puts his flag up, closes the mailbox door. Now, this short little wagon, it'll want to jump out from behind him. He said, that's okay. I'll take a point off for that, and I'll keep going and increase my speed. And that's a decision the drivers can make. They can choose to take a couple points off on a chalk line to increase their speed, but they'll gain some points on their speed. There's 20 points available for the fast times. And it goes right down to 0 points if they get over for 13 minutes. Again, look at these Clydes. They're all clipped and trimmed up. Ears trimmed, chins trimmed. Feathers are all white. Perfectly done. Watch these Clydes cross over. It's no problem for them to cross right around. The thinking is, back in the day when you backed into the station house to unload your cream and your grain, you had to be able to fan your team left to right to get out of the way of the next guy coming in to back into the dock beside you. There you go. Fan both ways and parked. That's about as good as it gets right there. Now he's got Alexander moving the grain, moving the cream, and he's ready to go home and park it. Chris is about the 14th team to come in here today. That means he's second from the top. With a run like this, I'd say he stands a very good chance of staying right at the top. Yeah, Chris has got an advantage, an athletic young guy like Alexander carrying that cream can around. He wastes absolutely no time in here hooking the traces. The traces have to be hooked on the carriers before he can move. You can't let your traces dangle. When the pole goes down, the timer stops. Rhonda Cassette, our scribe here and timer, writing down the times. She'll put that on the scorecard. The scorecard will be tabulated and we'll publish them up on the screen here shortly. This is a big team and expecting them to come behind the wagon and out. There's Chris. What a run. That's a very good run, Chris, but you got an advantage. You got Alexander helping you here.
Well, that's right, young and agile.
That's perfect. Thank you very much for coming. And
thank you very much.
congratulations on your run.
Thanks, Bill.
Thanks, Alexander.
All right, a big thank you to Chris Arthur with Gentris Farms Limited of Brandon, Manitoba, and his team, Martin and Roscoe. Chris has been working with draft horses for about 20 years south of Brandon. The horses can often be seen standing on a hill beside the road, watching cars go by. The horses are an integral part of the farming operation, still used on the farm, and are also available for wagon, sleigh, and carriage rides in the Brandon area. Along with the farm, Chris works in the office of the Fire Commissioner, where he is a part of the heavy urban search and rescue team. Let's give him a big round of applause, guys. Scores up top, guys, for you to take a look at. The previous contestant, Greg Malinowski, his score was 174. And he is leading right now in the aggregate at 340 and a half. Would like to remind you all of our sponsors for the Canadian Western Agribition 2025 Chore Team Competition. It is presented by Young's Equipment, and they are proud to be the presenting sponsor of this competition. Young's Equipment leading the way in a thriving agricultural community. We are also supported by the Moose Jaw Co-op, your trusted source for livestock feed and equipment. Visit us in Avonlea, Liberty, Imperial, or Moose Jaw for your personalized service and support.
Well, Glenn, we're in for a treat here now. We're getting into some very, very good Clydes. And Daryl and Melanie Clark. Daryl is a true cowboy, running a community pasture up by Ituna with 4,000 head of cows. It takes 4 or 5 horses a year to keep him mounted for that job. But in his spare time, he drives and trains these Clydes. He's second from the top going into this final round in second place. And just watch how good he is. Nice, quiet cowboy. When we started the Chore Team competition, it's exactly for people like Daryl to come to town and just show off how good their chore teams are. Daryl doesn't run around the country competing at these things just for fun. He uses a team on the farm. Daryl has 4,000 head on the pasture. He rides his pastures every day with horses, and then he feeds with the Clydes. These Clydes will tell you everything with their facial expressions, their body conformation. Look at their ears, looking back at Daryl, looking for Melanie to see where they are. Melanie spoils them. She pets them on them and loves on them, and so they look for her quite often. No problem pulling that load of co-op mineral. And they're telling you right now, I see them licking their lips, standing there, ears relaxed. When they're licking their lips, that's them saying, I'm very happy, contented just to stand here and relax, whatever you want me to do. Heads are down, ears are relaxed. Daryl's got a spotted harness. He's got a little more leather on his, but again, spotted chrome harness with wood hames. And I think that's maybe the second pair of wood hames in the competition. Daryl drives with leather lines. That's Personally, my preference, leather lines, they hold up better. There's some weight to them. They don't slide away in the snow. They're harder to clean, but if you carry them, they're not a problem. Daryl saw the evener not sitting quite right, so before he stepped the horses over there, he moved the evener back to square so there's no banging of the single trees. Now he's got to get hooked up to that pole, hook the neck yoke on the pole without the horses stepping on a chalk line. You see the horses looking back here for Melanie. They're wondering, how come you're not up here petting on me like you usually do? They're wanting a carrot or a sugar cube or just a pet. She goes out in the field and stands with them. She'll stand there and play music, and the horse will come and just love on her. It's quite a relationship they have. Watch Daryl's movements. They're just all nice, relaxed, easy going. And the horses will tell you the same thing with their ears. There, Melanie's got the cream can up on the wagon. Daryl says, hang on, we're going to work. There's only been 2 teams make it down that alley today. He's about to be the 3rd. Again, watch these Clydes cross over. Better than any other breed, I think. A little narrower in the chest. They can cross their front legs over and just that much more agile. You can see Daryl's moving right along too. When he does chores, he moves right along. Look at that. I think we got another one. That's why he's top of the leaderboard. Now picking up the grain and from the barrels, that's no problem. He does it every day when he's feeding 4,000 head of cattle. See how he grabs his lines, palms down. 4 fingers and thumbs are free to adjust the lines or make an adjustment if he needs to. Knows this wagon turns sharp. If he turns too sharp, that wagon will hit the barrel, and that's a point deduction by the judges. Now he's got to get around that last co-op barrel, get back in line here to get down the long alley. But Young's equipment wagon is so short coupled it spins right on the top, so it can get you in trouble. But Daryl knows that. He saw it yesterday. He used it yesterday and got along really well. There, he's put his letter in the mailbox. And he put the flag up. You have to put the flag up or the postman won't stop and pick up the mail. Daryl said, I didn't like the way that wagon was coming back. I wanted it to come back a little straighter. He said, not only can I come back straight, I can come back fast.
Somebody come get your backpack. Eve, come get your backpack.
You can tell he chores with these horses a lot. Look at that, come around and out of that corner, just no problem at all. Now, got to get him back in line for that docking procedure. Get that wagon back up in there, get it in a good spot where Melanie can unload the cream and the grain.
Okay, one more check. Perfect. I'll be back. No problem. No worries. That Vince was back? Young. Sam as well. Okay.
Again, this short wagon, Daryl hasn't seen this short wagon, so when he goes to back in his normal procedure for docking, the wagon spun around faster on him than he's used to. So he said, I'm not going to leave it like that. I'm going to back in perfect. Wow. How's that for a perfect dock? Now he's going to ask him to fan to the left. Horses knew exactly what had to happen, so they're just thinking a little too fast. So Daryl said, let's just take a break here and stand and relax. There, that's what he wanted to have. Right there, perfect dock. Now Melanie's unloading her can of cream, unloading the bags of grain. They go to the railway station and ready for the next train. The trains will stop at the railway station and pick that up, take it to town, and then next time he comes, he'll pick up his check in the mailbox. Here comes Melanie with the cream can. Watch her quick steps here. She's moving as fast as she can move. I think we're seeing a very good run here. Daryl was sitting in second place when we came into this. We might be seeing a championship run right here. You can just tell these teamsters and their horses work so good together. They look for one another. There's the time has stopped now. So Rhonda Cassette has got the time written down on her score sheet. Jada Watson over on the other side has her time written down. Now Daryl's got to get him over the pole and get him out of the keyhole. That is absolutely not a problem at all. Congratulations, Daryl. think I almost saw a smile.
Yeah, that was pretty good. Thanks to our sponsors and the judges and the ground crew that do a lot here.
Thank you very much for coming. The contestants make it all work. Thanks, Daryl.
Well, Bill, that was fun to watch. That was cool as a cucumber out there. Thank you to Daryl and Melanie Clark from Ituna, Saskatchewan, and their team, Amy and Bunny. Daryl and Melanie manage the Ituna Bonaccord pasture. They raise a few Clydesdale horses, and they use them to feed their cattle and saddle horses in the winter.
Glenn, we're going to see an impressive teamster here right now coming in. He's just in his own class, how he can train a horse. Watch the communication between him and these horses. Keith Newmeyer is an awesome teamster. If you remember, and I said the old style of teaching your horses to turn to the right is G, turn to the left is Ha. Keith didn't get that memo. He said, why would I make up words like that? So listen to him talk to his horses. He wants them to turn left, he says left. He wants them to turn right, he says right. This is a new team for Keith. His old team, I remember him well. I keep getting confused on the names. I want to say Puzzle and Surprise. He bought the first mare, supposed to be an open mare, took it home. I think she was something like 20 years old, and a little while later she had a baby, so he called the baby Surprise. And he used the two of them for competing here. I think one was 30 years old and one was 18 years old or something, and competed and did very well at Agribition. He said, well, he thought that was their last year, so now he's got a new team here, and instantly he's right back into the top. This team is Jet and May, and they're half sisters. Now Keith's got to get him out of this 90 degrees. Now hear him telling him to turn right, come around. Like, how common sense is that? Why do we make up words like G and Ha when you can just use right and left? Watch him come in around the wagon. Again, this is a new team. Keith just got this team when he retired his old team. Puzzle and Surprise. You can tell these top teamsters, the horses are so calm and casual with them. They know They're the ones they got to please. Keith's got him almost hitched up, standing perfectly. We got 7,000 kids coming to Agribition. I think a lot of them are here right now. The noise level's getting high, but Keith's horses are standing there just amazingly well. Now, Keith's helper is Amanda van der Kerkhoff from Saskatoon. She's got some Clydes up there and does some sleigh riding and hay riding. She's got the wagon on the sled, or the can on the wagon. Man, I'm having trouble speaking here. I'll watch Keith come out of here. Now he's got to get the team around the corner, get them lined up for those rails. Now, what have we had today so far? We had 2 teams make it. A very good chance this is a 3rd team. He's just that good. Ho ho, look at that. That is good. Now, Keith made that rails look so easy, almost did it at a trot. Now he's got to throw the grain onto the wagon. He's got the barley on, now he's got to come back around, grab the oats. Swing around the other way, pick up the oats or barley. That's one thing the farmers could do. They could take their produce to town, take it to the station house and sell it and pick up their supplies. They order their supplies to the station house, whether it be coal or co-op salt, sugar, flour, and then head back home. But they had to deliver something to sell. And the cream was one of the items that was cash, quick to sell. See our judges, one at the front, one at the back, just checking on the lines to see how close they are. Listen to Keith talk to the team. Very nice communication. They know so much about what's happening. He's good on the back and he's good on the front. He made her. Keith's making all these tough elements look easy. He had no problem with the rails. He had no problems with the mailbox. He's currently sitting in 2nd place. He could be making a run for the championship right here. These guys don't get rich winning a Chore team competition at Agribition, but they get a banner, and that banner is bragging rights for the next year. Co-op sponsors this, and Co-op gives them all gift cards to take home. They can use at their local co-op store. Young's Equipment has sponsored money for these guys for expenses to come to town. They also supply us with the wagon and sleds. Now Keith has him backed in. Now we're going to ask him to fan all the way to the left and then all the way to the right. It's so smooth, hey? Listen to Keith talk to him. This is impressive, hey? Remember, he came into this final round sitting in second place. He could be making a run for the top spot right here. He's going to have a very good score. I'm anxious to hear. Look how the horses listen to him. Hardly moving his hands, he's just talking them through it. Now Keith's got him in place. He says, Amanda, you can put the cream can away. Now Keith can move, and Keith will move fast because he knows there's points for time. Horse is just standing there perfectly waiting for him. There's Keith's time. And I'm thinking it'll be a good speed. We're not posting times here today. We're running out of clock space. The fast time in here will be in the 9 minutes to 10 minutes. Our limit is 13 minutes. There he is. What do you think of Keith and that brand new team? A lot of deep breaths, Keith.
Yeah, I can breathe now.
That was just amazing. Amazing how you do that.
Thank you. Thank you. It's the horse, it's not me.
No, it's totally you, Keith. Awesome job.
Well, thank you, Bill, and thank you to Keith Newmeyer from Langenburg, Saskatchewan, and his team May and Jet. Keith uses his team to feed cows and for sleigh rides and parades. May and Jet are half siblings, a mare and a gelding, and they are both 5 years old. Good job, Keith.
Yeah,
Scores up there for Daryl and Melanie Clark, who had 182 points in this round and are sitting atop the aggregate leaderboard as we speak.
That score leader card doesn't surprise you with the run Daryl and Melanie had. Greg Malinowski with his little black team, Cody Ferguson with that huge big wheel team. Twilight, of course, with Scotty. You just know how good those guys are. But now this is the one we'll want to see. Scott Ferguson has won this 2 years in a row. Watch the master go to work here, folks. This is a little team that Scott got 9 years ago. They were 6 years old when he got them, and they were all fire. He said they were a handful to work with. But that doesn't matter to Scott. Scott trains between 40 and 80 horses a winter. This isn't the biggest team you'll see here. It's not the smallest team. but I could pretty much guarantee they got more miles on them than quite a few of the horses put together. Scott lives west of Minnedosa in the valley, and he breaks all these horses and he puts them beside one of these teams. He'll drive 4 abreast and put a new horse in the middle there. So these two get a workout training. He'll also use those big Bertram, the wheel team, for some training too. Well, you can imagine when he's driving that many teams, how many miles they get on him. It's just fun to watch Scott with these horses. You talk about tying your lines up or hanging on to them. Watch the way Scott does it. He hooks them on his elbow. Never lets the lines out of his touch, but they're hooked on his elbow, so he has a free hand. And then he's gathering them up, he drops his lines on his arm, or on his hand, the bottom of his hand, and then the controlling lines he puts on the top. Always has control of his lines. Now, for him to walk in and hook up to this wagon is just an everyday job. Watch the horse's ears. Watch him listening for Scott. They don't move unless they've been told. All these kids running around. Agribition's got 7,000 kids today. There's quite a few in front of the team bouncing around, and they know not to move. Okay, the cream can's on. Scott's coming around the corner. He knows he's got to get him into that fence to get that back of that wagon around to come around those rails. He's coming down the rails looking good on this side. There he goes. That's the third perfect run we've had today. And of course, he's in top place. Scott's won this 2 years in a row. He's sitting in first place after the first go yesterday, and you'll see why. Watch his hands go. A lot of them will go at a walk here, and Scott will trot it around. I'm going to call him Scott's great uncle. I'm not sure that's right, but Lloyd Ferguson worked for Budweiser for 30 years. And I've said this before, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. an excellent string of horsemen. Scott and his son Cody, we just saw a little bit earlier ago. The mail's in the mailbox. Scott's checking to see how straight he is. He's got Patrick in the back, keeping an eye out for him. He's looking it over. He had lots of room, 6 inches either side. That's one of the first clear rounds we've seen on the mailbox in 90. I guess that's why he's in top place. Now the docking procedure. I remember way back, I haven't talked to Scott about this forever, but 20 or 30 years ago, they were in a fair, I don't know if it was Dauphin or if it was north of there at Swan River. And a group of them got together and said, "You want to hitch a bunch of horses?" They said, "Yeah." "How many are we going to hitch?" "Well, let's hitch 10. So they hitched 10 horses together in one hitch. Who's going to drive them? Well, Scott's got to drive them. So Scott jumped up and drove 10 fresh horses in a hitch. And I'm sure it was Swan River Fair. Drove 10 hitches around the arena. I don't think there's many here that can say that. Some in the audience may have driven 8. Probably lots have driven 6. Many have driven 4. Everybody's driven 2, 1. I bet you there's only one person in the arena that's driven 10. He just doesn't waste any time in his competition. He's got Patrick on the back moving the cream and the bags, grain. And again, a curry comb doesn't cost much money. Look at how these horses are groomed up and clean and trimmed. Scott will probably head home today with the semi and a load of these Manitoba horses, and I'm betting you tomorrow he is training horses up and down the valley there at Minnedosa. I'm going to get there one day. They take sleigh rides and head way up into the mountains there, the riding mountains. Spend the day sleigh riding up there and bonfiring and then coming back home. That's steep terrain, and he'll drive 4 while he's doing that. There's Scott. He's done, dropped his pole. He's just got to get out of the keyhole safely. And that looks like it could be another championship run if I was to guess. I'm not a judge, but I'm going to guess, Scott. That was very good.
Thanks. Yeah, no, it went good. Other than they were anticipating a little bit what I was going to do here. But
they get smart.
They do, yeah. Yeah.
Well, thanks very much. We'll see everybody back in the arena here in 2 minutes.
All right, well, thank you, Bill, and thank you, Scott Ferguson of Ferguson Horse Training at Minnedosa, Manitoba, and his team Ace and Rex. Scott's been competing in Chore team competitions for 36 years. He's a horse trainer. Rex is 16 years old and Ace is 15. They're full brothers and are American standard saddlebred Bertram cross. Scott acquired the team when they were about 60 years ago, when they were 9 and 10 years old, and trained them as a team. It was a bit of a challenge. Scott has been competing at Agribition on and off for more than 40 years. He showed draft horses back in the day. He enjoys all competitions and meeting fellow competitors. He trains many horses during the winter months. Big round of applause for Scott Ferguson and his team, guys.
Right now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to bring the top hitches back into the arena and make the awards. We've got a banner for the top placing. We've got ribbons for the top 6. We've got awards for our champion feed team from yesterday, champion barrel race from yesterday. And we'll get that all done here in the arena. And then also the judges pick a Teamster of the Week award. So someone that they value as being a Teamster that emulates what they want to see here in the short team competition. So they'll make that announcement here shortly. We'll ask representatives from Co-op, and if we have one from Young's, to come up and make the banner presentations. Scott's just moving the wagon out of the way. Oh, you got the barrel races up there? You got the barrel race there? Okay, we've got some awards to make here, but we got Scott working. If Ernie will let him off the wagon for a bit, we'll bring Scott and his team over here to the presentations. Okay. First thing we're going to do is the champion barrel race team. We'll bring Scott Ferguson back up to the front here and make a presentation with an Agribition banner for the champion barrel race team. No, he'll come right to you. You guys come on up here. We also got representatives Tim Young and Brandon Andres from Co-op. Come up here and get your picture taken with the champion barrel racing team. Christine Ewart Hill is our Agribition director in charge. There, that's pretty cool right there. Co-op, Young's Equipment, and Agribition all right there, presenting Scott with the champion barrel race team. Do we have a second place barrel race? Is that all we have for barrel race? Is that all we have for barrel race? Yes. Just one presentation? And how many do you have for feed team? Just one? Okay, next we're going to have our feed team presentation from yesterday, the champion feed team, our feed team race, Daryl and Melanie Clark. This is cheating when Daryl has a person like Melanie hauling the bales, stacking the bales for him. Makes it easy for him. We'll have Daryl and Melanie and Brandon and Tim, Christine all get in the picture here. Christine is our Agribition director, Tim from Young's Equipment, Brandon from Co-op Moose Jaw. And Daryl with his champion feed team. Congratulations, Daryl and Melanie. Okay. We've got one more presentation that the judges have picked out for the Teamster Do we have the Teamster one here? It'll be the neck yoke, I think, isn't it?
Can we do?
Yeah. Oh, that one's right there.
There you go. Good man.
The judges have watched the competition over the last couple days, watching the Teamsters work, how they handle their teams, how they communicate with the public, with each other, and they've asked that the exhibition make the presentation to Gordon Friends from Grand Prairie. Come on up, Gordon, accept your award. Where's Gary? Gary Milton manufactured this for us to make the presentation. Gary, would you present them with the neck yoke, specially engraved neck yoke for the Teamster of the Year for Canadian Western Agribition? Gord and his son Vern. Get in there closer, Vern. Christine, you get in there too. Gord, a young 83 years old, his team of 3-year-olds that he just started driving this spring. He just started driving them this spring and he came to town and he was very competitive. The judges noticed that. Congratulations. Thanks, Bert. Congratulations. Okay, now we're going to make some awards for the Chore team, the champion Chore team. We'll start in 6th place. Chris Arthur with 332 points over 2 days. Chris and his son Alexander from just south of Brandon, Manitoba, have been competing over here for a few years. They bring a big team of Clydesdales. We'll get a picture with Chris, Brandon, and Tim. Christine. Very good. Congratulations, Chris. Now I'll go to 5th place in the Chore team competition. Cody Ferguson. Look at the size of Cody's team here. The wheel team with a champion 4-horse hitch in Manitoba. Massive pair of horses. The course that he has to drive in is a small, tight little course. So for him to drive these big 18 plus 19 hand Bertram geldings through it all. Come on guys, get in there and make a line. Congratulations, Cody. Cody's not only a top horseman, but he's the one that drove their semi in here and parked it in a tight spot. He's already run out to the country and picked it up, brought it back in, and has it all ready to load up to head back to Brandon tonight. Fourth place, Greg Malinowski. Greg got a new top hat and vest today, and I think that was good luck. Look at this team. A young team he brought to town. He's a tremendous horseman, does a lot of training. And we've got everybody in here. Young's Equipment, Co-op Moose Jaw, Greg Top Hat Malinowski, Bolo Hat Malinowski. That's a lucky hat, I'm telling you. Okay, only 3 teams left. Third place goes to Daryl and Melanie Clark. We talk about a team, we talk about a teamster and 2 horses. In this case, Melanie fits right in there. Melanie helped him win the feed team race. They'll head home from here and start feeding their 4,000 head. Daryl runs community pasture up at Ituna. Thank you to Co-op and Young's Equipment for sponsoring these classes and making the awards today. Now there were 2. Second place in our Chore team competition. Thank you. Thank you, Melody. Goes to Keith Newmeyer. Brand new team coming to town. This is a new team for Keith to bring to town. Amanda van de Kerkhoff, Keith Newmeyer, Brandon Andres, Tim Young, Christine Uhill. Congratulations, Keith and Amanda. Job well done. In a very tough field. We had 20 entries in our Chore team competition. We only take 16. Our first place team for the 3rd year in a row from Minnedosa, Manitoba, Scott Ferguson, of a possible 450 points, he got 410 of them. Scott and Patrick will leave here in the semi, load their horses up with the other Manitoba horses, and they'll head back to Ferguson Training Stables where he has a lineup of 30 horses. He's got 17 in the barn right now, he says, waiting for him. So he'll be back driving by tonight, I'm sure. But a teamster like that is pretty impressive to watch. Congratulations, Scott Ferguson. We could have had a show there, Scott. Congratulations, Scott.
Yeah. Thanks, Bill.
Congratulations,
Thanks,
Patrick.
Bill.
Yeah.
He always leaves me. Yeah. You going back there? Go back.
Okay, that concludes our show. We're going to gather up and clean up the arena here. That's the problem with being first place. You get the job of hauling the wagon around and loading up all the arena utensils. So thanks, Scott. Thanks, everybody, for coming out to our Chore team competition. Thanks, Tim Young. Thank you, Brandon Andres. tremendous bunch. We got a great committee. Thanks, Agribition, for allowing us to come here.
Appreciate all your work. I see it.
These are for your volunteers. Yeah. I got
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, as we continue the events here inside of the Brandt Center on day number 2 of Canadian Western Agribition. It is now time for the Miss Rodeo Agribition Horsemanship Competition. And in 2025, we have 3 beautiful contestants vying for that title of Miss Canadian Western Agribition, representing CWA across North America at Western sporting events and professional rodeos alike. So at this time, at our main entrance, we would like to welcome into the arena our queen contestants for 2025. Our first contestant entering the arena today is going to be Grace Payne from Saskatoon, Saskatchewan. Grace was raised in the city but took every opportunity to be around horses and rodeo, and currently in her final year of equine sports therapy. The second contestant today is going to be Shyla Sitter from Edam, Saskatchewan. In her second year of child and youth care, she is a counselor program from Vermilion and her first year member of the Lakeland Rustlers rodeo team. Our third contestant competing today is going to be Sunny Schuett from Shellbrook, Saskatchewan, who grew up on her family's grain farm and horse ranch, and she is pursuing a Bachelor in Animal Science at University of Saskatchewan. She competes on the University of Saskatchewan rodeo team, and she is looking forward to her competition here in the horsemanship pattern. Before those lovely ladies make their way to the arena, though, we would like to welcome our honoree guest, Miss Abby Hardy, Miss Rodeo Agribition 2025 and newly crowned Miss Rodeo Canada 2026 Lady in Waiting. She will make her way to the arena now, ladies and gentlemen. What an honor to have Miss Rodeo Canada Lady in Waiting in attendance here today. How about a round of applause for Miss Abby Hardy, Miss Rodeo Agribition 2025. Abby has attended rodeos across Western Canada, British Columbia, Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Manitoba, as well as representing Canadian Western Agribition at some of the largest events in North America. Today, Abby makes her way around the arena, demonstrating the horsemanship pattern, the first pattern that our contestants will compete in today. In the Western Horsemanship Competition, judges evaluate the rider's seat, hands, and feet as they perform a judge-devised pattern that includes maneuvers like circles, turns, and transitions. Abby is demonstrating that down on the arena floor right now, and the focus is on the rider's control and the horse's ability to execute commands with smoothness and precision. Some of the key aspects that we are looking at today are the rider's position, as well as the horse's responsiveness and the maneuver of execution. As Abby demonstrates this flawlessly, our 3 contestants, Grace, Shyla, and Sunny, are paying close attention. They have all seen the patterns prior to today's competition.
Okay, yeah.
One more time, a round of applause for Abby Hardy, Miss Rodeo Agribition 2025, and the newly crowned Miss Rodeo Canada 2026 Lady in Waiting. So our first contestant entering the arena today is going to be Grace Payne. She is an 18-year-old from Saskatoon, Saskatchewan, raised in the city, who took every opportunity to be around horses and rodeo as often as she possibly could. From helping work cattle at extended family farms to showing Clydesdales for some fun, or maybe to volunteer at the rodeos, you could count her in. Throughout the years, she's been able to compete and help train her own horses, and she is currently in her final year of equine sport therapy. This will give her a profession that sticks to what she loves, horses and the rodeo community. Ladies and gentlemen, contestant number 1 in Miss Rodeo Agribition 2026, Grace Payne.
Lost her somewhere. Lois said to stop to talk to them.
One more time, a round of applause for Grace Payne, contestant number 1, performing a balanced and confident ride with pattern number 1. The second contestant to make her way to the arena performing pattern number 1 in our horsemanship competition for Miss Rodeo Agribition 2026 is Shyla Sitter. She's a 19-year-old contestant from Edam, Saskatchewan. In her second year of the Child and Youth Care Counselor Program at Lakeland College in Vermilion, Alberta, and a first-year member of the Lakeland Rustlers Rodeo team. Her 6-year-old horse competes alongside her in barrels and poles with plans to start breakaway by the end of this fall. After graduation, she hopes to either pursue a degree in Edmonton or stay at Lakeland another year to learn American Sign Language while continuing to rodeo. Eventually, she plans to move to Southern Alberta to build a career supporting individuals with disabilities and families in need. Ladies and gentlemen, contestant number 2, Shyla Sitter in Miss Rodeo Agribition 2026.
One of the tricksters.
An excellent job done by our second contestant, Shyla Sitter, advocate for Miss Rodeo Agribition 2026, performing that pattern with poise and professionalism. An excellent job done by that young lady. Your third and final contestant, performing pattern number 1 in today's horsemanship competition, is Sunny Shute, a 19-year-old Métis cowgirl from Shellbrook, Saskatchewan. She grew up on her family's grain farm and horse ranch. Animals have always been her greatest teachers, inspiring her to become a veterinarian. She is pursuing a bachelor in animal science at the University of Saskatchewan, where she competes for the U of S rodeo team through the Canadian College Rodeo Association. Rodeo has shaped her over the past 5 years, and through it, she has learned tenacity, humility, perseverance, and community. Ladies and gentlemen, this is contestant number 3, Sunny Shoot.
Mom, do you want anything? A coffee or something? I'm just going to throw this at her. It's okay? Okay. I'm going to grab a coffee. You want something? No, I'm good.
With your remote. I knew when I sat here it was going to be careful. Old woman, where are you going? Marge, Gene's giving me the finger. Being mean.
It is. Okay, thank you very much. But yes, I'm watching the horses right now.
Oh yeah, one body chopping at me.
A round of applause to Sunny Shoot, contestant number 3 in today's horsemanship competition, in part of the Miss Rodeo Agribition 2026 competition. All 3 contestants completing pattern number 1 as we move to pattern number 2. A reminder to everybody in attendance today, all 3 contestants have seen these patterns prior to today's competition. As Abby Hardy, Miss Rodeo Agribition 2025, enters the arena one more time to demonstrate pattern number 2 of today's competition.